ready for some football. I don't know about you. Who else could it be but your man Lou? Yeah.
Who else could it be? Me, your man, Louie T. Welcome to Monday Night Football Overtime. Commanders, Eagles. I woke up feeling real Pittsburgh Steelerish this morning. Damn, victory tastes so sweet. Went on the road and did those boys in their own building. 11-point underdogs, my ass. How about we win by 11 points in your house? Took our shoes off and ran around and had some fun. I love it. I told y'all styles make fights, and I like the style that we have matching up with these bastards. I told y'all the last time we played them, they didn't really do shit but for one quarter. One quarter. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like the Eagles didn't play their worst game of the season, but we contributed to that. They didn't just give it away. We took that shit from their ass. Give me that shit. Your undefeated season, give me that shit. Respect, give me that shit. I told you they was overlooking us. When are the Eagles going to get their first loss? I don't know. Maybe it's the Giants. They got them twice. Maybe it's Dallas with Dak Prescott later on in the season. F that. Give me that undefeated season. Yeah. Yeah, now they respect us. We should have already been over 500. I love it. I've always said, of all the NFC East home stadiums outside of ours, okay, ours is trash. But I'm talking about Dallas, Philly, and New York. Of all of those stadiums, that's the most sterile environment. I don't mind. I've said this before. You guys know. I'm on record saying many times, I don't mind going to the link. Because it don't take much to turn those dirty-ass Eagles fans from fly Eagles fly, fly to cry Eagles cry. They were crying at halftime. Head coach slamming down the headset. They booing the Eagles off the field. So whack-ass, weak-ass fan base. Went in there and turned them against their own squad. I love it. Love going to Philly. Got no problems going in there. I'd much rather go to Philly than Dallas or New York. That's a big win. Now the question has to be asked. What do you do with Taylor Heineke? What do you do with Taylor Heineke? I said this was the one he had to win if he wanted to remain starter. He didn't throw a touchdown pass. He played well. He made the mistake that he always makes. That shit's getting old, right? Every game he's played in and started in this season, he started in 4 games. He's thrown an interception in every single one of those games. That shit is getting old. But he managed the shit out of the game tonight. Got to give him credit. He made some throws. That throw to Terry, first of all, Darius Slay better run when he sees 17 coming. He better turn the other way and run. Don't walk, run. Don't stand there, run. 17 stay cooking his ass. And if not for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, on those 2 incompletions down the field, he would have got about $170 and 3 touchdowns on his skull tonight, or 2. He better be lucky. His boy was there to bail him out. He was getting his ass worked. Every time Terry see him, we puts in work. Anyway, I thought we did a really good job of controlling the clock. That's what we were going to have to do. We weren't going to beat the Eagles in a shootout. We're not built for that. Speaking of which, we put up a 30 burger tonight. Hey, how about that? Would you look at that? A 30 spot on these clowns. I've been asking for one all season long. There it is. And to all Washington fans that predicted this, there were a couple of you in particular that predicted we would score 30 plus tonight. You got me. I bow to you. I thought we could win. A lot of you thought we could win this game. Shout out to King of the North. Red Wings 0-1. All of y'all that thought that this was possible, that predicted this was going to happen. And a lot of others of you out there. There are a lot of you that thought this was never going to happen. We weren't even going to be in this game. Y'all ain't been watching the first 9 weeks of the season if you didn't think we were going to be in this game. You didn't watch the first game. A lot of Eagles fans are blind. If you can't see what I can see, you're blind, baby. You're blind to the facts. I gave them cold, hard facts. They didn't want to hear them. You can run on the Philadelphia Eagles. We didn't average a ton of yards tonight. We didn't average a robust 4.7 yards in the ground, but we rammed it down their throat, and we found ourselves in 3rd and 2, and 3rd and 3, and 3rd and 4, and 3rd and 1. We went 12 of 19 on 3rd downs. Let me say that again for the people a little hard of hearing in the back. We went 12 of 19 on 3rd downs in this game. Are you kidding me? And a big shout out to Joey Sly. He's a sly guy. Doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Sly guy. Sly guy. He's a sly guy. I told y'all, leave my boy Joey alone. Let Joey cook. Leave him alone. Missed a couple early. A bomb from 58. Another bomb from 55. Put some respect on that man's name. Joey Slizzy. This is fun. This is what it's supposed to be like. Family business. A lot of people don't understand what that term means. It means something. Forget about the records. It's family. I know those boys. If these two teams said they ain't did it, then they ain't did it. But if they did, y'all know the rest. Let's get to the comment section, man. Enough of that. Enough of me talking, running my trap. Let's see what y'all got to say, man, because I know y'all got a lot to say. So we gonna get to what y'all got going on in the chat, because I know a lot of what I want to say, y'all going to say it for me. If you're out there, Condo P, Kevin the PRF, I need y'all tonight because I'm pretty sure I've missed some supers already. I've missed some new members, all of that good stuff. I'm counting on y'all heavy tonight to make sure that y'all get me those screenshots in my DM on Twitter. I appreciate y'all greatly, but I'm going to just jump into the festivities this evening, see what everybody has to say. We're going to start it off with 8-Ball NFL. Stand up, 8-Ball NFL. You're the newest member of the MOBB. Welcome aboard. Perfect timing, baby. Perfect timing, mob. Y'all know what to do. Show 8-Ball NFL some love. Welcome him to the squad. Boy, what a time to be alive. 5-5. What a time to be alive. Look, I'm not looking ahead. I'm not counting dubs. I don't like to do that. We got the Texans and then the Atlanta Falcons coming to the crib. We need to go on a little run. We still ain't had our 4-piece yet. We ain't had our patented Ron Rivera 4-piece yet. Let's start that shit now. And then why not exceed it? Why not? I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. What the hell? Why not? Barrett Downer, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, BD, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, how sweet it is, Lou, to get a big win in Philadelphia. How sweet it is to go in another man's crib and desecrate it. Sent them fans home mad, upset, hornswoggled. They were absolutely bewildered. I love it because the Eagles fans never saw it coming. There were a couple of them that respected us. Not enough of them, though. Got a lot. You know, I'm going to start. I'm telling you, I'm about to go finding them, too. Couple of people coming after me real heavy in the comment section. I bet you I won't see them today. I won't find them. That's what the little cockroaches like to do. When it's dark, oh, they come out. They want to make all kinds of messes. You turn the light on, though, they go scattering. You can't find them. Big ass win in Philadelphia. On a Monday night, Hugh Douglas said, we don't stand a chance. We're going to get blown out. It's going to be a bloodbath. Whose blood is it? I just see yellow tape. See a chalk outline over there. I see a chalk outline. Whose blood is that? Is that ours? Nah, couldn't be. 11-point underdogs. You sure that ain't our blood? Nah, it ain't our blood. David Hardy. Thank you for the stand up, David. Stand up, David Hardy. Welcome to the MOBB. Y'all know what it is. Show David Hardy some love. Stand up. You officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB. Looking forward to chopping it up with you, David. Welcome to the squad. All right. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Trey Turner really played well tonight as well. He looked good when he came back the first game. I want to say it was against Green Bay. I thought he played well in that game. I didn't think he was as good against Minnesota, but he's played somewhat well. I told you guys on the film when I broke it down, I said he's moving a lot better. He was definitely compromised earlier in the season. He's moving a lot better than he was earlier in the season. That is for sure. That's not up for debate. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Metaphor, writes, bring us your poor, your meek, your undefeated seasons. We give you Hurts treason, crickets from the pigeons. Number 11 or next week. Yeah, I said it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know if they put an 11 back in after this one. They may still go back to him. I wouldn't put anything past this group. I think he's earned the right to continue to start. Going 3-1 in that stretch and really giving this team a fighting chance. I think he's earned the right to continue to play, but we'll see what they decide to do. You know, they went out and they traded for Wentz. They want to collect on that investment. They want to prove themselves right. The only way they can do that is if he plays. They can't prove that they're right about Wentz if they don't play him. But at this point, as fans, I think a lot of us are like, to hell with proving you're right. Let's just try to do what's helping us win football games. And Heineke's giving us the best chance. So we'll see what they decide to do. B-Hat, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. B-Hat writes, let's effing go. This feels amazing. Cam Curl and the other DBs got on IG Live right after the game and kept yelling, F them. God, I love them. F them is right. I was saying it. I've been saying that for years. F them. When Jamin Davis grabbed Dallas Goedert's face mask and he fumbled, you know what I said? F them. I ain't giving shit back. That's all rock. Give me that shit. You damn right. F them. They thought they was going to walk all over us. I told you, they didn't respect us. Those boys weren't looking at us. They was looking past us. They was looking past us. The disrespect was real. I took exception to that shit. I took it personal. Looks like the fellas did too. Got another super chat. This one is from AJ Meehan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, woo! Derek Forrest is him. That's my dog. That's my dog. Terry is still worth every penny, but put some respect on Curtis too. Left hand up. Who are we? You know, I'm not rocking with that. I got both hands up. To hell with left hand up. I got both hands up. I'm ready to defend what's ours. But I keep trying to tell people Curtis is the real deal. A lot of people want to, you know, Terry deserves all the praise that he gets. Love him. Love him. Hug him. But this season isn't where it is without 10. Don't you forget it. Derek Forrest. It's going to be more Derek Forrest love tonight. Don't worry. We're going to shower that young man with praise. The Black Al B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Black Al B writes, yo, Lou, y'all, you better not let up on Lord Brunson either. You know I'm not. I've already sent them. I've already tweeted at them. If you're on Twitter and y'all see my tweet, I need y'all to like, retweet, and I need y'all to pour it on thick. Don't worry. He ain't getting away with this. When we go to our next Super Friends stream, and that'll be in about 2 or 3 weeks, when we meet up, you can't run. You can't hide. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide, hide. I'm going to find you. And I'm going to let his ass know. We put up a 30 spot in your crib. DMV fan 123, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, left hand up. I got both hands up. Even though I'm a big left hand guy. So I don't ever want to disrespect the left hand. I got both hands up though. Door Gunner, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, Terry clapping Eagle secondary cheeks. Hashtag slay who? Slay who? We love when we see number 2. Slay who? What? We was smoking that Darius Slay pack tonight. Like always. I've been told them boys. Did Terry have a buck tonight? This felt real buckish. He probably was like at 93. Let's see. This felt real buckish. 128 with a 41 spot on Darius Slay down the sideline. When Terry see him coming, woo, Terry like, hey, somebody got a light? Somebody. Hey, let me get one of them. Let me get one of them. Nah, let me get one of them slaves. Let me get one of them slaves. That's that smoker's cough. Don't take too many hits of that slay. It might get you messed up. Anyway, we move on. BHHD. Ty, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, check on LB. He's on live drinking and crying. Look, I'm not checking for nobody right now. I don't like to smother anybody after a loss. Okay? I'm pretty sure he's going to do a lot of crying, a lot of excuse making. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. But I like to give people their space. I've already sent them a tweet. He may respond, he may not. That won't be the last tweet that he gets because I'm coming after all of his little minions that been tweeting at me all season long. Oh, I'm going after him. I'm going back in the archives. I hope they don't try to block me. They probably won't. I don't think they soft like that because I took it on the chin like a grown man. I stand 10 toes down. I took my shit. So I hope they ready. Ryan A. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, silenced the link. Man, it was quiet as kept. You could hear a pin drop in that mother. Especially at halftime after they finished booing. When we scored that touchdown to take the lead, what was it, 17-14? And then we kicked that field goal going into halftime. That serenade of boos, oh, that was music to my ears. But I told the MOBB, we were watching this thing. And a lot of them was ready to quit after they scored the touchdown. And I said, I feel it in my spirit. I woke up feeling real Pittsburgh Steelerish. You saw the title of CNN today. I told y'all how I was feeling. I said, styles make fights. I like this for us. But can we go out and execute? I said, I'm feeling this one, guys. I don't think this is over. And a defense that was much maligned, hadn't created turnovers, but when we do create turnovers, we win football games. Look at every game this season. When we've created turnovers, we've won. If we can find a way to create some takeaways, we're a different ball club. Shout out to the defense, Derek Forrest. How about John Ridgway with the hustle? Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Dallas Goedert, cough that shit up. I don't care your face mask getting grabbed. Cough that shit up. Give me those cookies. Yum, yum, eat them up. Yum, yum, eat them up. Rashad Coker, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rashad Coker writes, left hand up. Who are we? The Commanders. Let's effing go. K80 Tick, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Terry cooked the Eagles secondary 6 for 128. That is so beautiful. I love it. And it wasn't all on Darius Slay. I don't want to make it seem like all of it was on Darius Slay, but a lot of it was on Darius Slay. And if not for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson twice, some more of it would have been on Darius Slay. It's past Halloween, and he's still damn scary. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ethan writes, Lou, we lucky as F, but you called it. Love how quiet it was. Shh. They so mad after one loss. It's hilarious. Pop their balloon-sized heads. I love it. This made it. What did I tell? Do y'all remember what I told LB the last time I saw him on the Super Friends stream? I said, I want you undefeated when we see y'all on Monday Night Football. Did y'all not remember me telling him that? I said it very succinctly. I was talking shit that day like we was up. We was down. Even Bad Dog was talking shit to me that night. But I said, I want to see these boys at their house, undefeated. I want to be the one to do them. I want to be the one to do them. Let me at them. Got him. Got him. BHHD Ty, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Who writes, Jamin Davis is getting better every week. Wow. He's gaining confidence. We've seen it throughout the season. They got on him early in the year, and he responded. He struggled the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season, and I think his first game that he played well was the Eagles game in week 3. And from that point forward, he's been on the upward trajectory. He just gets better and better. Boy, I can't wait till Cole Holcomb comes back, though. John Bostic, look, he was not terrible. I can't stress this enough. This is the role I envision for John Bostic. You come off the bench when we need you. You give me spot duty. I can't wait for Cole Holcomb to come back, though. I mean, there was one run where Miles Sanders was outrunning him, and I swear he was gonna blow a gasket. I thought he was gonna blow a tire. He was running as fast as he humanly could. I said, hey, John, I need you, bro. Don't blow a tire here. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Second quarter goose egg laid by the Pigeons. Eat crow. They were the highest scoring team in the second quarter. Highest point differential in the second quarter. We dominated the second frame. Put those boys to sleep. Took the air out of the ball. Sat Hurts and his offense down. A.J. Brown, anybody seen him? Anybody seen A.J. Brown? Last time I checked, he was on the milk carton. Anybody seen him? 11. 2 ones. Anybody seen A.J. Brown? No? Nobody seen him? Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Still a good football player. Just haven't seen him. Have you seen him? Tell me, have you seen him? Oh. King of the North. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. King of the North writes, all y'all that thought this was Taylor's last game haven't been paying attention. I told you, Lou. I called it all week, and the boys backed me up. I gave you credit already. I said King of the North was all over this. He said, I'm telling you right now, we're going to beat the Eagles next week. He said this immediately after we lost to Minnesota. He was all over this. I told you I like the matchup. I like where our boys' heads were. The more adversity we face off the field, the more these boys come together and focus together. That's all they got is in that locker room. Everybody's trying to tear them apart from the outside. All they got is each other in the locker room. I like the way we playing football. It ain't pretty, but it's gritty. And most importantly, we've been getting dubs. King of the North, shout out to you, man. You called it. Kevin the PRF. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, the dogs are officially hunting. Those boys looking to hunt now. All right. We getting balls out. We picking shit off. Feels good when you out there doing things, making things happen, forcing turnovers. Those boys had 3 total turnovers the entire season through 8 weeks of football. We said, hey, give me them things. Got 3 of them. Got 3 up off them tonight. 3 of them. Man, that felt good. Man, that felt good. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. John Perez, my guy JP writes, hell yeah, Lou. What an epic win tonight. Did not think we could do it, but we did it. And there goes that man Terry roasting Slay. All night long. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Chris Kreider, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Chris writes, just came here to say, let's go. I'm right there with you, Chris. I'm right there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Quentin Ruiz, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, the lack of a run game kept them in it. It actually probably did because we ran it so much and we ate up so much of the clock. They also sped up tempo, because we were eating up so much clock. They were going fast because they knew they weren't getting many possessions. They knew their defense wasn't getting stops. We scored them 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. 5 straight possessions in this game. We didn't have our first punt of the game until like the 6 or 7 minute mark of the 4th quarter. We hadn't seen Tressway all night. Gotta love it. Chill dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, 11 point. What? LOL. Let's go. 3 equal their turnovers for the year. Scott called a hell of a game. I'm hyped, Lou. After that heartbreak last week, huge win. You know who said it best? My guy, King of the North, said it best. He said, Lou, I didn't think we were going to beat both Minnesota and Philadelphia. So if you asked me which one I wanted more, I'll take the Eagles win. I couldn't have agreed with him more. That made me feel good. When he told me that last week, I looked at it the same way because I'm like, I don't see us winning 4. I didn't see us winning 5 straight. Because in order to win against both Minnesota and Philadelphia, you had to win 5 straight. I didn't see us doing it. And when he said that, I said, that makes a ton of sense. I don't think we're going to win 5 in a row. And if you ask me which one I want more, I want the Eagles one. Damn right. Let the Vikings have their little funky ass win. I ain't worried about them. The Vikings just said thank you because now they're tied with the Eagles for the best record in the NFC now. Now, Eagles own the tiebreaker because they already beat them head to head, but still, now they've got a fighting chance, right? But I was like, if you ask any Washington fan, you can only pick one. You can take the Vikings win, make it 4 straight, or you can take the Eagles win. That's a no-brainer, right? Hell yeah. Sign me up. Frankie, yo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, he might just be a sly guy. What a game. What a win. Also, someone check Fuller's pockets. Might find A.J. Brown in there. Hey, clink, clank. He got locked up. He won't let him out. I told you, all they do is slants. It's either a slant with that man or it's a deep ball. There's no in between. He ain't running no other routes. So either he running a slant or he's running a deep ball. Well, they ran the slant. Kendall Fuller said, not today. They ran the deep ball, and Derek Ford said, give me those cookies. Appreciate you. So shut that shit down. Nick Caps, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, I played your song fourth quarter. Left hand up. Hey, blast that shit, man. I ain't no hater. As a wise group once told me, man, I ain't no hater or nothing but ooh, ooh, ooh. I ain't no hater. If you want to go left hand up, y'all go ahead and do that. I told you I got both hands up. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, who else could it be but your man, Heineke? Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, slay and slay since 2019. We should put that on a shirt. We should put that on a shirt. Slay and slay since 2019. Woo! Back when he was in Detroit, we was getting that man, eating him alive. King of the North, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. King of the North writes, D created turnovers and offense created points off of them. I can't believe we finally saw Commanders do that. I can't believe I saw the Commanders play all three phases tonight. This was a complete game for the first time. We played 2 halves of football. We played 4 quarters of football. Can you believe it? I cannot believe it. It is you. I can't believe it. That's the first game that we've played start to finish. It wasn't pretty. There were mistakes throughout. We limited the penalties, though. We did have some turnovers. We had 2 of them, okay? We didn't take advantage of an opportunity to go up by 13. We got to the 6-yard line, and Scott Turner decided he wanted to throw it twice instead of continuing to run it where they hadn't stopped us all night. We could have got 3 and then got 3 more and got a touchdown. I would have kept running it down their goddamn throats until they couldn't, until they were throwing up carries. He got cute, and we ended up having to settle for a field goal, but we played 4 quarters, and it was complimentary football. Special teams, Joey Sly with a couple of bombs, all right, that put the pressure on the Eagles. Any of those miss, totally different football game, right? Defense wasn't pretty all night. They bent, but they never broke. They bent, but they never broke. 3 turnovers forced. And in the offense, controlling the clock, dominating time of possession, converting third downs. Scott Turner, for all the shit that we give him, and he was not perfect tonight by any stretch of the imagination, but for all the shit that we give him, this was a great game plan, and he stuck to the run. What did I tell y'all about Scott Turner with extra time to prepare? I ain't going to say it again. Will Diggs, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Joey Sly gets the game ball. He's a Sly guy. Doo-doo. Should be enough of those to go around tonight. Quentin Ruiz, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Quentin Ruiz who writes, Lord Brunson saying it was a fixed game. LOL. I told you, cry Eagles cry. You're gonna hear all the excuses coming out the woodworks. Oh, it's a face mask. Oh, that was a terrible call on the late hit, on the out of bounds hit. That was helmet to helmet. You can call it whatever you want. They gave you a makeup call. That wasn't no damn pick. They gave you a makeup call. The football guy said, we're going to dead that right now. I want to hear no excuses. We're going to even this shit out for you. They deaded it. It was a fixed game. Come on. Take your loss like a man. You only got one of them and you're crying already. I love it. Oh, we going to have some fun with them. I already sent out a tweet already. We're going to have some fun with them. Tony P56. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, you're not going to sleep tonight. We commenting like we won the Super Bowl, LOL. And the turnovers finally came in bunches. Yes, sir. Hey, I'm here all night. However long y'all need me. Your man Louie T is here. I'm ready. Ready with the 1-2 checker. I'm ready. Let's do it. 1-6 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, 72 Dolphins, cheers or salute. Only Heinies tonight. Hey, go ahead and pop one for the 72 Dolphins. Hey, cheers. Everybody get your cups up. Everybody, cups up. 72 Dolphins. You're welcome. Salud. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Derek B, writes, Taylor did his best to give it away, but the D won the game. I'm a man of my word. Black 4 jersey with 2-day shipping. Check on LB. See if he answers. Look, I told y'all, that's not my steez, okay? But trust me, we're going to have our day. I'm going to do my due diligence on socials. He'll hear from me, okay? And all his little minions, they'll hear from me as well. All I ask from y'all ain't got to participate if y'all don't want to, okay? All I ask is that y'all like and share, repost, and make sure they know. Make sure they know that we heard your jokes, okay? We heard you talking shit all season long. Y'all were atting me. Now I'm about to at y'all, okay? I'm about to at y'all. I'm going to put all of y'all little tags in there so y'all see this shit. You can't ignore me. So you see it. Get your Heineke jersey, your Black 4 jersey. 2-day shipping. Rep it. He didn't try to give it away. He didn't do enough to put it away. That was my problem. But again, we did enough. Defense stepped up and did what they had to do. To your point. Spence Collis. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, Joey Sly, best non-throw of the year by Taylor. I'm going to tell you right now. I talk about doing the little things and the hitting yardage and a play. One of the biggest plays of the night is the snap over Taylor Heineke's head by Tyler Larson. Heineke calmly runs back about 15 to 17 yards, picks up the football, gets out of the pocket, and throws it back to the line of scrimmage. If he doesn't get it back to the line of scrimmage, it is a 30-yard penalty, and it's second and 30. It's probably second and 37. That drive is dead. We scored a touchdown on that drive, guys. Understand how big of an effing play that was. Don't forget about that play and the magnitude of that play. That's a big play in the game. That was the touchdown drive to give us the lead. Joey Sly, baby. FL Toos, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, B-Rob, a grown mother effing man, pounded them Eagles to dust. Again, it wasn't pretty. He didn't break off any big runs. But what he did do, as you just mentioned, he ran the ball like a grown man. We call those dirty runs, inside, physical, all we were looking to do. And we accomplished it. Stay ahead of the sticks. They did it to perfection. Stay in 3rd and 4. Stay in 3rd and 3. Stay in 3rd and 2. Stay in 3rd and 1. That's what we did all night. That's what we did all night. And that's why we were 12 of 19 on 3rd downs. Because we ran the football effectively on 1st down. Get 3 on 1st down. Get 4 on 2nd down. Now it's 3rd and 3. Convert. Get 5 on 1st down. Get 3 on 2nd down. Now it's 3rd and 2. Convert. Get 4 on 1st down. Get 5 on 2nd down. Now it's 3rd and 1. Convert. It wasn't pretty. We didn't average a robust 4.7 yards. You know what we did do? We controlled that clock, though. We moved that football, though. We kept that Eagles offense off the field, though. Again, credit the offensive line, credit the tight ends, credit the running backs, and credit Scott Turner. Calvin Krim, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Calvin Krim. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, now we have a season. St. Juice was on fire tonight. William Jackson III, who? Hey, Juice got some work tonight. Missed a tackle on a touchdown, gave up the PI. I didn't love that call at all. I mean, I thought that was a trash call. So I thought it evened itself out. The officials, I didn't love that PI call on Benjamin St. Juice, but that's nor here nor there. The bottom line is we got it done, and he was a part of the defense that got it done. He made some good tackles, but he also missed some opportunities for some plays. I thought the secondary as a whole was great tonight, though. From where we were in week 3 when they torched us to what we did tonight, night and day difference. How about Derek Forrest, man? Jeez Louise, I love that dude. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, Joey Slizzy in the hizzy. Put some respect on his name. Joey Slizzy. He's a sly guy. Doo-doo. And if we want to get grimy, then he's Joey Slizzy. Sipping on some slizzy. All right, I'm going to stop. DC Fan 88. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, why didn't we get a chance to kick the extra point at the end? I wanted more. There's no need for it. The game's over. They made a rule about 4 years ago where if you end the game, because there were games where you win the game with the touchdown and the team leaves the field and sometimes it's a safety issue. You win a game, hostile environment, you get off the field, and then now you got to come back to kick the extra point. That's stupid. Game can't end unless the extra point is attempted. So they just went ahead and dead that rule. And so now you score a touchdown in overtime, it's over. You don't need to kick an extra point for what? It's all cosmetic. I'm good with it. Just, Casey Two-Hill scoops that bad boy up, gets in the end zone, does a terrible gritty, head to the locker room. We good. We don't need to kick no extra point. They had us as 11-point dogs. 11 is good enough. I don't need any more. We're fine. Edward Washington, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, feels good, feels good. Yes, it does. Feels good. Indeed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Edward. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. All right. Shout out B-Rob. That boy's strong, ridiculous touchdown. I love that stretch. It's risky, but he knew where he was, and he stretched that thing out because, again, that was second down. You don't get that. Do you trust us on third down? I'm not sure. I didn't want to find out. I love it. He had some tough runs tonight. This is the guy we signed up for. I liked what I saw from B-Rob tonight. This was my favorite B-Rob game of the season thus far. I thought he ran extremely hard. I thought he was decisive. I thought he made some great cuts. He's still not as explosive as he was before the incident. He's not back yet, but this is the closest I've seen him to the guy that we saw in the preseason. But he's still not there yet. But boy, is he incredibly tough and physical. And now I worry about Antonio Gibson, because I told the members of the MOBB, I said, he's probably going to finish this game. The adrenaline will allow him to finish the game with the bum ankle. I expect us to be Antonio Gibson-less for the next, probably until the bye week. We might not see Gibby until after the bye week. So it is imperative that J.D. McKissick and his neck get healthy and fast, because now it turns into Jarrett Patterson, and now with the injury to Williams, right, you're really hurting at the running back position. So we need one of these dudes to show up for us, because I think Antonio Gibson is going to be out. I hope I'm wrong. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. You know what? I got to give you credit. I didn't expect to see you tonight. You a stand-up dude, Duncan. Drunk, not drunk. It's all love. I appreciate you showing up tonight. He says, great win, Commanders. That Quez drop killed me. Time to drink. I respect you, though. You talk a lot of shit, but when it's time to stand up like a man, you standing right here in the lion's den, and taking your lumps. I can respect that, Duncan. Mad respect to you. John Hinkle, stand up. You're the newest member of the MOBB. So glad to have you, John. Fam, Mob, y'all know what to do. Show John some love, man. Open those arms wide. It was a big night. Show John some love. Welcome to the squad. John Hinkle, glad to have you. All right. Errol Jackson Jr. Stand up. You are now the newest member of the MOBB. Mob, you know what to do. Show Errol Jackson Jr. some love. Open those arms wide. Man, what a time to be alive, Errol. What a time to be a member of the MOBB, Errol. Welcome to the squad. Get your ass in here, Errol. Come on, Errol. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, let's give credit. Sly Guy just redeemed himself. He's a sly guy. Doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Indeed, he did. Look, he's always had the leg. The accuracy was the issue. When he hit that 58-yarder, oh, I said he owned tonight. He owned. The 55-yarder, he hit it high. But I was like, that shit is really high, and it ain't like traveling. Is it going to end up short? It barely made it. The 58 was good from about 63. The 55 was good from probably like 56 or 7. Like it barely got over. But it got it over, and it was accurate. Big game from Joey Sly. Made his extra points too. Can't stress that enough. Jay Hunter Lee. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jay Hunter Lee writes, Brother Lou, good game tonight. We ran the ball like 49 times. I think that's ball control. That's ball control. That's old school. That's all that stuff that a lot of y'all have been crying for. That's not sustainable. You can't do that every week because there's penalties. There's lost yardage. The Eagles have an issue. Without their first-round pick, Jordan Davis, they have an issue inside. And so we just gave everybody the blueprint. Without Jordan Davis, you can run the football against them. You can run the football against them. And teams have run the ball against them, even with Jordan Davis. Not with as much success with him in the lineup, but teams have run the football against the Eagles this season. So there you go. The Indianapolis Colts are next week. They got a little bit of confidence, and they got a running back that can take advantage of this Eagles defense as well. So we'll see. This could be the start of the Eagles struggling. Or this could be a hiccup in the road for them, and they don't lose another game until 3-4 weeks down the road. But they weren't going undefeated. I just wanted to be the one to knock them off. I wanted us to be the ones to do them. And we did. Chris Devers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. It's been a while. CD Pops, who writes, you are, did it, thanks, Lou, LOL. You won't beat us. Tell you what, we got y'all week 18. I don't know if that game's going to mean anything. That's too far down the line, but I'm going to tell you right now, if we need that game and we relatively healthy, I can't speak to, what this is. That's all the way in week 18. But if we relatively healthy, we gonna dust y'all ass. I watched y'all against Green Bay. Y'all got some issues. Y'all might be a different team by the time we get to week 18. Hell, we might be a different team by the time we get to week 18. It's a long way. You acting like we play y'all in 2-3 weeks. But tell you right now, we easily should have beat y'all ass the first time. So I'm not worried about y'all. But again, that's way down the road. I ain't even got time to talk about that. You know what I'm doing? I'm celebrate. We did something y'all couldn't do. Went to Philadelphia and dusted the Eagles. Take notes. Hail Skins. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, TH may have saved the game pulling in that personal foul. #hail. That was huge. Look, you need help sometimes in these types of games. And the Eagles definitely helped us out. There wasn't a bigger play other than the fumble. The fumble was huge because the Eagles had all the momentum. I'm not talking about the Quez Watkins one. That was big too because they were going for points. We still could have stopped them. I don't like our chances, but we could have still stopped them from getting a touchdown. They needed a touchdown, or they needed a field goal at that point, I think, when Quez Watkins, when he fumbled, they were already down by 5. So they needed a touchdown. So I even though I hated that we gave up the big ball, there was still an opportunity. The fumble that John Ridgway fumbled when we were up 23-21 with the face mask, that was huge. We needed that. We needed that extra, and I hated the play calling after that fumble. We almost pushed ourselves out of field goal range. Another dirty-ass screen. We tried 2 stinking-ass screens on that possession and went backwards and almost pushed ourselves out of field. Honestly, Nick Sirianni made a mistake because we had a 5-yard penalty. He should have taken the shit. It would have made it a 60-yard field goal. With the dumb shit we were doing, we probably would have tried another stupid-ass screen. Shit would have been incomplete. And now Ron's got a punt. Instead, he let us kick a 55-yarder, and Joey Slye deposited that bitch in the bank. Thanks. That personal foul was huge because I didn't want them to have the football again with a real chance, with timeouts, all of that good stuff. They were going to get the football back with no timeouts, but about a minute and 40 seconds or whatever was like they were going to have plenty of time to do us. I didn't want the defense to be in that position. I was uncomfortable. So that personal foul. And first of all, I still don't like Ron's game management because you should have run 2 plays. They should have never saw the ball again. You only take knees when the other team can't possess the football. You run plays that run off extra additional time so that those 11 seconds aren't sitting there. We should not have had to punt them the football. You don't take knees in that situation. You run plays and you hope that the plays run 5-6 seconds off the clock in each of those plays, 2nd and 3rd down, and that's the ball game. Anyway, I digress. That personal foul definitely saved the game for us. Thomas Hummel, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB. Greatly appreciate you, Thomas Hummel. Mob, y'all know what to do. Show Thomas some love. Come on in, Thomas. Great time to be a member of the MOBB. Welcome to the squad, Thomas Hummel. Malachi Malik, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, Lou, put on that Family Business by Kanye West. Y'all know what it is. If these 2 teams say they ain't did it, then they ain't did it. But if they did, well, that's family business. Hey, I'm going to just say it one time. All that glitters is not gold. He says, we should have beat the Vikings and they beat the Bills. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, look, we ain't going to play the what-if game because I've done that already. It's depressing because we should have beat the Titans and the Vikings. We should be sitting here at 8 and we should be sitting here at what? 7-3. Like, I don't want to play the what-if game. It's depressing because we should be 7-3 right now. We 5-5. We are what we are. Pro Health Central. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Pro Health. Let's effing go. Big dub. Taylor still can't throw for shit. Hey, he threw a beautiful ball to Terry on the 41-yarder and then came back and threw an absolute moon ball to Terry on the interception. Like, that's the shit that kills me with Taylor. It's like you load up and you throw. And what I found with Taylor is that when he throws to the right, he can put some mustard on it. All of his big plays, if you recall, this season, all his beautiful deep balls have come down the right sideline. When he tries to throw to the left, that's when we have problems. That's when you get moon balls and balls that hang up in the air. When he throws to the right, he's got no issues. That's when you get the best out of him. Just like the one against the Colts. That's to the left. That shit hung up in the air forever. I bet you if he was throwing that shit to the right, he would have led Terry and Terry would have run out and it would have been a touchdown. But I don't care. We got the win. Not today. I'm busy. I love it. Stand up. You are now the newest member of the MOBB. Not today. I'm busy. Come on in. You ain't that damn busy. Come on in here, man. Mom, y'all know what to do. Show not today. I'm busy. Some love and welcome him to the squad. You ain't that damn busy. Come on in here, man. Damn twin shorty sublime. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, created turnovers, no costly penalties, converted third downs, controlled the clock with the run game, made our kicks of 50 plus. If we can do this against the rest of the schedule, we still win in 10 plus. Again, this is not sustainable. What we did tonight, first of all, that's a mentality. Our offensive coordinator doesn't have the mentality nor the stomach to do this every week. He did this because of who we were playing. Okay. You will not have an identical game plan moving forward. He won't do the same thing against the Texans. The Texans are one of the, if not the worst run defense in football. I guarantee you we will not have the same game plan that we had this week. And the Texans struggle to stop the run. But everything else that we did tonight is sustainable. Slants, getting Terry involved, getting Curtis involved. All right. Making field goals, forcing turnovers. These are things that we need to continue to do. How about the game on the line? All right. We kick the field goal. Eagles get the football back. And we punt. And Eagles got the ball with about roughly 4 minutes to go. They run the football. Then Hurts, I think he runs like a quarterback draw, gets the first down. And then they ran it again. And we stopped him for a 2-yard gain. Then Jonathan Allen gets immediate pressure, puts Landon Dickerson on his ass. Hurts has to flush the pocket. Daron Payne's also in heavy pursuit, has to throw it away. And then on third down, he's got nowhere to go with the football. Montez Sweat with the massive sack. They got to punt the ball with 2 minutes and some change left. And then another small point, I tell you, the little things, sometimes you just got to take a step back and allow the other team to do themselves in. That penalty for a legal man downfield, an ineligible man downfield, massive, because it took away an additional timeout. The 2-minute warning would have served as their first timeout. That kick was going to get blocked. Khaleke Hudson was going to smash that thing, and he was going to walk in the end zone with it. I'm still mad that the damn punter got that shit off rugby style. But in having to kick it over again, they ate up those 8 seconds, and then a nice little return from Dax Milne. Hey, how about that? That was a huge play in the game, in addition to the penalty by Brandon Graham. Bradley Roche, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I got to eat crow. I said in the mob after the interception that this was the same game as last week. I was dead wrong. I don't mind heart attacks when we win. I told everybody in the MOBB after the interception, I still feel good about this one. I did not feel great about the Vikings game because for as well as we played, we had nothing to show for it. We were struggling to score, and they were right there, and I just wasn't comfortable. This game, we were moving the football. We scored on 5 straight possessions. I looked at the Eagles defense. I said, y'all can't stop us. We can only stop ourselves. I was confident. They helped us, no doubt about it. They did some dumb shit. But that's what happens when you haven't had real game pressure. What did I tell y'all about these boys? I said, I want to see what the Eagles do when they've got game pressure on them. They haven't had any. It's easy, and this is the thing that gets the Baltimore Ravens every year. It's easy when you're front running with a mobile quarterback who doesn't have to throw the football to get you back in the games. Now, Hurts didn't do anything wrong. Hit Quez Watkins down the field on a perfect deep ball, and then he fumbles. Like, Hurts didn't do anything wrong. He gave him a chance. But I said it many a times. Put some game pressure on these boys. I just want to see what they do. They may rise to the occasion. I just want to see it. The first time they trailed this season in the second half, Head coaches slamming down headsets. Those boys were panicking. Crowd uneasy. Those boys were panicking. We went up 9. Should have been 13. We went up 9. Those boys were scared over there. They scored the touchdown and they thinking, all right, we about to get these dudes. Nah, not today. Today ain't your day. Today ain't your night. I told you I woke up feeling real Pittsburgh Steelerish. I did. William Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, we shocked the world. Yep, we damn sure did. 11-point underdogs. The biggest win by a Washington team in from an underdog in an odds perspective since the Colt McCoy 2016 win on Monday night versus the Dallas Cowboys. Massive win. This one goes up there. This one's up there pretty high. We've had some wins this season that you'll never forget. That Colts win, you'll never forget that one. This one here, you won't forget this one. This is the biggest upset of the season. Of the season. We did that. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Even if only for a week. I don't want to make it seem like we 7-3. We 5-5. But damn, 5-5 ain't never felt so good. And we can build off of this 5-5. I just had this conversation with y'all on Friday. The difference between 5-5 and 4-6, this shit is massive. What we did tonight was we injected more life. More life. Yeah, we drank tonight. More life into our season. More life. We out the hospital. We out the hospital. And we ain't even over 500. We out of the hospital. John Hinkle, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Welcome to the MOBB, who writes, I told myself I was going to upgrade if we won. Couldn't get in here fast enough, Lou. Let's go 22. He upgraded. Celebrate. My guy, John. Get you some of this film, man. Get you some of this film. Ben Hoff, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Ben, writes, we can barely hear Ron because Washington's locker room is blaring. Take over your trap. That's right. Walk in your trap. Take over your trap. It's our shit. I love it, man. I told you those boys in there, they different. This is a different. Taylor Heineke said it best. He said, this is the best team I've ever been on. He ain't just talking about in the NFL. He's talking about ever. College, all of that shit. You can see it. These boys in there, they believe. They fighting. Even after the losses, it's different. I don't necessarily believe in the staff all the time, but I believe in these players. They could have quit after 1-4. It would have been easy to. That was a gut-wrenching loss to the Titans. They almost gave it away against Chicago. Had we lost that game, the season was done. They were this close. Benjamin St. Juste, after a bobble, kept Darnell Mooney out of the end zone by that much. And then there was life. And here we are. Back at 500 again. What we can't allow to happen is to win this game. And we'll talk more about this. You know what? I don't want to talk about no morbid shit today. Nope, we got time to do that. Nah, we're going to pour more of this Eagles hate on thick. Celebrate. Walk in your trap. Take over your trap. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, team going out for cheesesteaks after the game. Hey, Phillies fans. Hey, Philly fans. What's the best spot downtown? Hey, nah, get on the damn bus. Let's go home. We got a short week, quick turnaround. We got another road game. I ain't sticking around for no damn cheesesteak so they could try to poison us. Then we got 3-4 guys out with food poisoning. Get on the bus. We getting the hell out of town. We got what we came for. Let's go. Commander Redskin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, up in they crib, up in they fridge, up in they whiz. Yeah. All up and down and up and through they spot. With no respect, no regard. I love it. Like I said, Philadelphia, the link is the most sterile environment. Doesn't scare me one bit. If you ask me where I'd rather go on a Monday night to Dallas, New York, or to Philly, oh, give me Philly 10 times out of 10. I got no problems going in the link. Never. Dwight Phillips, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dwight writes, Philly Commanders here. It's going to be fun at work tomorrow. Yes, it is. Enjoy. All right? Enjoy. And don't let nothing slide. Because I know you heard it after week 3. Nothing slides. Nothing slides. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, man, so much to get to. Ridgeway Redemption. Logan Villain Arc. Sly Guy. We actually forced turnovers. Bad reffing. Lord Brunson in full cope mode. My boy Forrest. Great win. We took command. Yeah, that was a lot. There was a lot there to unpack. I mean, there is a lot to get to. And I can't wait to hear the excuses. I generally don't go to other people's channels to lament losses or to bask in it. I generally stay with my own crew, right? You know, Washington content creators, the Washington content coming out of the channel and the social media and stuff. I like to kind of, you know, surround myself with positive aura. I don't want to hear a lot of complaining and bitching and crying. I just like to surround myself with others that go through the struggle with me, right? That's what you really want. But sometimes you like to watch and enjoy others' misery. This might be one of those times. I don't know. I'll decide. Right now, I'm just basking in the glow. We got that glow. You feel as though you can't let go. Your mind and soul, you lose control. It's the power of elevation. We got that glow. I just want to bask in that glow right now, right? That's just me. Anyway, what y'all know about that? William Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Philly complaining about the bad calls. I knew this was going to happen. I'm glad A.J. Brown came back. I'm glad Devontae Smith came back because we would have never heard the end of it. Oh, we didn't have A.J. Brown. We didn't have Devontae Smith. Oh, the refs were cheating. Take your ass whooping like a man. Take it like a man. All right? We was out there clapping Eagles' cheeks. Pause. Take it like a man. They got a BSPI call and a pick play call. We won. Deal with it. Tell them again, William. Tell them again. A little bit louder for them in the back that don't want to hear it. Make that shit reverberate. Echo. Y'all got y'all makeup calls. I ain't trying to hear it. AR, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. AR writes, watching from the UK at 4 a.m. Well worth it with a lecture in 3 hours. That is the absolute worst when you got to stay up a little bit longer than you want to. But again, as you mentioned, well worth it. You'll be tired tomorrow, but you will have purpose. You will feel like, you know what? I'm tired for good reason, and I can power through it because the fellas got it done. I talk about this all the time. When you win, everything is better. Everything's better. Everything tastes better. Everything feels better. It's just better. Tonight is one of those nights. So that lecture in 3 hours, you'll be fine. Trust me. Shout out to my guy in the UK. TK, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Rice. Alex Smith, the only one who picked us to win. My wife was telling me somebody had social media in an uproar because they picked us to win, and I think it was Alex Smith. I think he felt kind of the same way that I did, that this was a game that you look at and feel like it's a winnable game. Like, the Eagles have been winning and they've been drubbing some teams, but I've said this, they don't have that KI. That's why they didn't scare me. If they were out here doing cats 38-13 consistently, like they did Pittsburgh, right? And even with Pittsburgh, they took their foot off the gas pedal because they put in, their backups. And I got nothing wrong with that. Take your guys out. Don't put them at risk if you're dominating the other team and they can't do anything. But they ain't been doing teams. Do they even have a 40 burger to their name this year? For as much as they've been dominating teams, have they even put up one 40 burger this season? I don't think they have. They may have. I may have missed it. I don't think they got a 40 burger. I think the closest they came to doing that was week 1 against the Detroit Lions. So I didn't see it. And I felt like we could come in there. We could do exactly what we did. I didn't expect us to do it to the extent that we did it. I thought we could control the clock a little bit. I thought that we could make Hurts a little uncomfortable. I thought we could force a turnover. I didn't expect 3. I would be lying to you. I didn't ask for any turnovers, though. I just wanted a clean game. Well, that was out the window after the first possession. Anyway, good for Alex Smith. William Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. William Lee writes, Sly Guy played amazing. He's a Sly Guy. Doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Joey Slizzy. The Phillies ace 34, another guy I got mad respect for. But you already know it's all love between us, the Phillies ace 34. Got no hate, no malice in my heart for you. All love. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Louie, congratulations on the win. No excuses for me, but y'all deserve it, especially you, my friend. How your franchise has let you down, do that to Dallas. 2, they're so far in the future. First of all, big ups to you for showing up. Again, mad respect and props to you for showing up tonight. Much like my guy, I forgot his name already, but really appreciate you. The whole Dallas thing, we don't play them until week 18, the final week of the season. Who knows what will transpire with them, with us? What if anything we're fighting for at that point of the year? I know we're retiring Sonny Jurgensen's number 7 jersey. It's going to be a big game, or not number 7, number 9, excuse me. It's going to be a big game. And so hopefully it means something. That's all we can hope for. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Terry proved tonight he's the best wide receiver in the division. He had more yards against a better secondary. A.J. Brown was a ghost. I already said, anybody seen A.J.? Hey, AJ Brown, paging AJ Brown. Please come to midfield, AJ Brown. Ain't nobody seen him. And look, ask a Titans fan. For as good as he's been, there's games like this with AJ Brown. And he did something to himself early in the game. But he came back and he was fine. So no excuses. And another thing that I wanted to make sure that we did in this game was I wanted them to know they were in a ball game. The block that Logan Thomas had was a clean block. It was above the knee. He hit him in his thigh. That's how you're supposed to cut somebody. The dirty shit is below the knee. That's how Logan Thomas got hurt last year with Yannick Ngakoue. He hit him right in his thigh. That's clean. That's clean football. When he hit Sweat. So Devontae Smith left this game. He came back. But I needed them to know they was in a football game. So they lost, and we added a little injury to insult. And I don't want anybody hurt. I want those boys to be just fine. Just needed them to know they were in a football game tonight. They were in a fight. DMV fan 123, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Who writes, F the Eagles and they dirty city too. I got love for the city of Philadelphia. Been there multiple times, had fun every time I went. I got no problems with the city of Philadelphia. The fans, though, damn right. And not all of them. You know, there's a number of them I got love for. But, yeah, F them too. Damn right. Not today. I'm busy. Welcome to the squad. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, our defensive play is not a fluke. It's not. It's not a fluke. I told y'all earlier today on CNN, I said this will not be a blowout. I'm not concerned about this getting out of hand. The defense won't allow it to. But really, it wasn't the defense. It wasn't the defense. This was all about the offense controlling this game, and then the defense pitched in. But remember, the very first two possessions, albeit the first possession was in the red zone, and the Eagles scored bing, bang, boom, touchdown after the Heineke fumble. But then the second possession, you know, after we responded with a field goal, if I'm not mistaken, or did we tie it up at 7? We responded with a touchdown, right? The defense let them drive right back down the field and score another touchdown, take the lead back 14-7. And then we got a field goal, and then we got a touchdown to take the lead 17-14, and then we got the field goal right before the end of the half. But the defense chipped in, but it wasn't until the offense took the air out of the football and controlled the clock and really stagnated that Eagles offense. Then the defense came in and did their thing. But like my guy Derek B said, we gave the defense a possession up 9. The same shit we did against Minnesota. Gave the defense an opportunity to give us back the football with a chance, up 2 scores, with a chance to make it more. And what did they do? Gave up a touchdown. Gave up a touchdown. Okay? Same shit they did against Minnesota, except they gave up a field goal. So, but the defense, again, I can complain about the defense, but I won't, because they forced turnovers and they did what they needed to do. And it was a huge drive with about 4 minutes left. And then the Eagles got a first down, and then they got after Hurts and they sacked him and they forced him to punt with about 2:30 left. Then it ended up being 2:08. After the penalty, they ended up being on the wrong side of the 2-minute warning. So the defense showed up. But our defense is not a fluke. This group believes. Jack Del Rio has those boys playing. I didn't love all of the blitzes he called tonight. I thought he was a bit over-aggressive against the Eagles team that loves to get the ball out of Hurts' hands quickly. They love the screen game. I didn't love some of the blitzes. However, when we needed stops, they stepped up. They did their homework. I love the fact that they did not repeat the same mistakes from the first game. They did give up that Quez Watkins play. But good hustle by Juice, forcing the fumble, and then Derek Forrest recovering it. That's great hustle. Good things happen when you run to the football. B. Smitty, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, turnovers won this game. TH4 is QB1 over Wentz. You preaching to the choir. Like, this was the one that I had to have if Heineke was going to stay as quarterback. I had to have this one. He got it. Again, it wasn't the cleanest, but he made some throws in this game. There's no denying that. Again, every single game, you get the full Heineke experience. You get the wow, you get the what the F was that, and you get the A. Taylor, please just don't do anything stupid here. You go through all of those emotions. Like, man, you're getting some ultra right now. Then you're like, shh, that's some light right there. Then you're like, man, this that zero alcoholic content, man. This is that non-alcoholic shit right here. You get all of that in every single game with Heineke. That's the part that's a bit maddening. But I'd rather deal with him than with Wentz. Let me deal with the devil I know than the devil I don't know. I don't trust him. He an outsider. Frankie, yo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? We came in, shook them so hard the Eagles coaches and players didn't know how to act. Dropping passes, fumbling balls, throwing headsets. You love to see it. Also, once more for the nosebleeds. He's a sly guy. Doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Sly guy. Sly guy. He's a sly guy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I told you, just put a little game pressure on them. That's all I ever asked. Just put a little bit of game pressure on them. See how they handle it. If they handle it, I tip my cap. I thought they handled a little bit of game pressure against Jacksonville. We ain't Jacksonville, though. And it ain't a monsoon outside. You ain't getting 5 turnovers from us. I just wanted to see what they did with game pressure. I got my wish, and they did exactly what I thought they were capable of doing. Mike Stevenson II. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, LOL, you Irish big Lou? Hey, appreciate you coming, okay? Appreciate you coming through. Again, I'm going to add you to the list of Eagles fans that I respect, even more so. Always liked you, though, Mike, but I like you even more because, again, it takes a lot to come and show up after a loss. Anybody can show up after a win. As a matter of fact, they come out of every crevice, every crack when they win. But when they lose, can't find them. So I respect you, Mike. I respect you. Derek Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Derek Brown. William Smith, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. William writes, kept telling people Slay can't check Terry. I've been saying that for years. Again, going back to his Detroit days. And as a rookie, he cooked Darius Slay in that game when we beat the Detroit Lions, one of our 3 wins that season. Terry's always been able to get the best of Darius Slay. Always, which is why I was so disappointed he didn't get more opportunities. He still got that pass down the sidelines in that Eagles game the first time around, but he didn't get as many looks. What I've realized now is Taylor trusts Terry to a fault because he threw those 2 balls up in double coverage when he didn't need to, with Curtis Samuel wide open on the seam route up the center, up the middle of the football field. Again, I thought he would have learned his lesson and that his eyes would take the safety over there so he could get the ball to Curtis. And he did the same thing twice. Like, dude, come on, dude. You made the first mistake. You got away with the first one. Now bait him and get the ball to Curtis up the seam. He never did it. But he's built a rapport with Terry. I think the relationship that he and Terry has is the best Terry's had with any quarterback in his career to this point. It's been a revolving door around Terry at the quarterback position. I think he and Heineke have the most synchronicity. Okay. So I'd hate to see them break those 2 up and reinsert Carson Wentz right now. But again, we will see. Slay doesn't want any parts of Terry. Dynamic Dave, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dynamic Dave writes, would that first slide kick have been good from 64? It might have been. He kicked the shit out of that first one. I mean, that one was good. That one hit the net. Okay. That second one didn't hit the net from 55. That first one hit the net. I'm thinking that was good from every bit of 63, 62, 63 yards. I think the net is like a full 5 yards behind the goalpost. So it was 58. That thing might have been good. And I think it was a little bit up on the net too. So that thing was definitely good from 62, 63 yards. He kicked the shit out of that one. Swaggy P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Swaggy P writes, cry, Eagles, cry. Yes, sir. Cry me a river. Yeah, yeah, yeah. D barely gets turnovers. We got 4 this game. 4. I forgot about the scoop and score at the end. I didn't even count that one. 4 of them things. They had 3 all season. We got a 4-piece off those boys. Cook them birds up good. KFC, we do chicken right. Love the fight in this team. Let's keep the momentum going to Houston, which I'll be at. You know what to do. You know what to do. I don't have to tell you. Hashtag HTTC. Damn twin shorty sublime. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I'm in Houston. Me and the fam going to the game next Sunday. We bringing home the dub. Hashtag guaranteed. Again, I don't even got to tell you. You know what to do. Make it happen. Make it happen. I felt so good tonight when I turned on, because I don't do the pregame festivities. I just show up when it's time for ball. So when I showed up and I saw the boys in all white, I said, oh, yeah, this feels right. This, again, I told you I woke up feeling Pittsburgh Steelerish. And I said, oh, the all whites, they do something to me. They just feel so right. If all white ain't right, I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to be wrong. They just feel so right when I see the white on white. I said, oh, we got to go get it tonight. We got to go get it tonight. We got the white on white. This feels so right. And them boys did it. Get it right, get it tight. Commander Redskin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, whole division making the playoffs. Go Commandos. It feels that way right now, but you cannot discount the NFC West. With the Seahawks and the 49ers, that's going to be the division that's going to challenge us. I don't think Aaron Rodgers and company are making a resurgence and a comeback. We beat them anyway. I feel good about where we sit right now, but don't count out Aaron Rodgers. But I think that's a 1-bid division in the NFC North, and it's just Minnesota. NFC West is NFC South clearly is a 1-bid division. Whomever wins that division, it'll be Tampa more likely than not. That's it. It's the East, and then it's the NFC West. And they've got 2 teams right now. Seattle could fall off. Seattle could fall off. If I'm not mistaken, no. They got a lot of division games. I don't know who else they have to play, but the 49ers are interesting. They're the team to watch. They're going to be dangerous if they stay relatively healthy. This whole division could make it, but if they don't, it'll be because one of those NFC West teams grabs one of the other spots. So I said the 49ers got a big win. We needed to keep pace, and we did. Okay, we haven't had our bye week. They did. That's the only difference. They're 5-4. We're 5-5. We just got to keep stacking up wins like bricks. That's all we can do. We can't worry about anybody else. I'm not even content with just being, 5-5. I'm looking at the rest of the division, and I'm like, hey, if y'all trying to slip up and trip up, let me know so I can try to make my way up the division ladder. Okay? We ain't catching Philly. Probably won't catch the Giants. Don't rule it out, though. They're not that far gone. Dallas is coming back to the pack a bit. They're now 6-3. They ain't that far away. They're a rock throw away. So they got to go to Minnesota next week to the Cowboys. I actually think they're going to win that game. But that's nor here nor there. Bottom line is, we ain't going away. We may not ultimately make anything of this season. But I've said this before. I'll say it again. One thing about Ron Rivera, you say what you want about Ron Rivera, and there's a lot you can say about his, game management. It's not the best. That's putting it mildly. But he gets his teams to compete, and they fight, and they play for one another, and he's a leader of men. There's no denying that. I wonder if he got a game ball for his mom in this game. I wanted it last week. That's when it would have been more prevalent. All right. That's when it would have been more pertinent, rather, not prevalent, more pertinent. Excuse me. But shit, this is just as big as last week, not too far removed. I'd love to see them give him a game ball this week. Ben Willard, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Ben writes, all the Eagles fans are blaming the refs. You know they're going to do that. I'm waiting for it. I was waiting for the long laundry list of excuses they were going to have. And every time the refs made a questionable call, I said, oh, they're going to use that one. I don't care. I don't care. Give me another one of those slaves, man. Give me another one of them slaves. When you hear somebody complaining, just say, hey, pass me a slave. Yeah, no. Yeah, give me, no. One of the twos. One of the twos. Yeah, right there. Wow, man. That shit is delicious. Anytime you hear them complaining, just get a slate. Just grab a slate. That's it. That's what I say to that. He said, but I say to hell with all that. Hell yeah, to hell with all that, Ben. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear you crying. Cry, Eagles, cry. I don't want to hear that shit. They need to realize fumbling killed the Eagles tonight. They need to realize that they killed themselves and we killed them tonight. Don't worry about the refs. The refs ain't run it 49 times down your damn throat. They didn't do that. We did that. The refs didn't go 12 of 19 on third downs. We did that. The refs didn't have Terry McLaurin 6 for 128. We did that. Don't blame the refs. We did that. Yes, we did, Ben. Say it loud and proud. I ain't trying to hear all that. Errol Jackson Jr. Thank you for the super sticker. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. And again, welcome to the squad. So glad to have you, Errol Jackson Jr. AJ Meehan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, F it. Double it up for the dub. You know what it is. Double it up for the dub. Yes. Yes. Malachi Malik. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Malachi Malik writes, Ron just cried in the victory speech and walked off and couldn't say a word. Powerful win. That's what I was waiting for that. I wanted that last week. I wanted that last week. I wanted that for Ron so bad. This is for Dolores. That one was for Dolores. I wanted Ron to get that choked up moment in the locker room. He deserved it. He's been through a lot of shit here with us. Not just on the field, off it. Y'all say what y'all want about Ron. And a lot of y'all shit on Ron a lot. And I wasn't the happiest with Ron after the Tennessee game. And I haven't been happy with Ron. I wasn't happy with some of the shit he did tonight. But I've never denied that Ron is a player's coach that galvanizes locker rooms. There's one thing I can say about Ron. He will get these dudes to run through a brick wall for him. And all the shit that's going around with this organization and the sale of the team and all the shit he's had to answer, he's been the perfect man for the job. He deserved that. I can't wait to watch it. It feels good. Yeah. It feels good. Sure feels good to me. K80 Tick, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Baby. Nah. Anyway, thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you, writes. Ron broke down during the game speech. Hard to hold back my own tears. Tell your loved ones you love them. I can't wait to watch it. That kind of stuff gives me goosebumps. because I told y'all I visualized that. I visualized that happening last week after the Vikings game. It just came a week later. This probably was even better, to be honest with you. So I visualized, I told y'all that. I said, can't y'all visualize Jonathan Allen or it's got to be one of the two, Jonathan Allen or Terry McLaurin saying, hold on, y'all. Got one more game ball. This is for Coach Rivera. Coach, you've been through a lot. You lost your mom. We love you, Coach. And they give him the ball and everybody erupts. And Coach wants to say something, but he can't. The emotions of the situation, they get to him. That's a game ball he'll never forget. I just told y'all this is one of those games you'll never forget. It's a big win. MYKG2. Sorry about that. MYKG or Mike G2. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, game balls to the whole team. Great win. This is the first time we've played 4 quarters of football. Can't think of another game in which we played all 4 quarters. We played quarters. We played halves of football. We played 3 quarters like we did against Minnesota. We haven't played 4 quarters. This is the first 4-quarter game. Scored in every single quarter of this ball game. Wasn't one of those malaises where, oh man, we started out well, but we didn't do anything in the second or third quarter. Nah. Scored in every single quarter, scored on 5 straight possessions, forced 4 turnovers, scored off of one of them, albeit, at the end of the game. I don't give a shit. Put up 32 points, field goal kicker kicked 2 bombs. Okay. Special teams coverage was great all night. They didn't have a return out past the 22-yard line the entire night. It's total team effort. Complimentary football at its finest. Nick Riley, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Nick at Night. Right? Shout out to your boys. Vikings fans appreciate it. Skol, you're welcome. Still a little, salty about what happened a week ago, but we'll let bygones be bygones. You go do your thing, and hey, anything I can do to help. All right, I did my part. Nth the Valiant, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Nth the Valiant writes, been a while, Lou. It has been. Says, you miss me? Did you miss me? Absolutely. I've been saving for uni, but I'm breaking out the wallet for this dub. Don't forget to leave a like. Y'all heard the man. Over 1,300 of you out there, hit the like button. I only got 500 likes right now. We can do so much better. Get it up to 7. That's the magic number for me. Hit 7. I'll be grateful. Thank you for that, Nth the Valiant. And good to hear from you. Don't be a stranger. Okay? Don't be a stranger. So glad to hear from you. Easy does it. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Easy does it right. Lou, we smoking on that Eagles pack tonight. Punks jump up to get beat down. You know what it is. Punks jump up to get beat down. Ow. They needed, look, somebody had to knock them down a couple notches. Those boys was sky high. They was sky high. Somebody had to bring them down a couple notches. It was us. Well, with my Adolf Hitler mustache, what can I say? All right. The great Watubi. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. The great Watubi writes, what a win. Offense moved the ball well, and the defense stepped up when needed. Perfect, super. That's exactly what happened. The defense was not perfect. Neither was the offense, but the offense moved the ball, controlled the clock. Every possession ended in points, except for the one where Heineke threw the pick. Outside of that interception, every drive where we moved the ball, we came away with something, whether it be a field goal or a touchdown. And, I was so frustrated with the inability to score because 17 isn't going to get it done. You're not going to keep scoring 17 points and think you're going to beat good teams. And I talked about, hey, at some point, you're not going to keep having opportunities to beat up on the little sisters of the poor. You can't keep stacking up dubs. Now, you need to when the opportunities present themselves, when the Jacksonvilles of the world show up and the Packers struggling show up and the Bears show up when they're struggling. You got to take advantage of those teams, right? Colts show up, got to take care of it. But at some point, you got to beat the Eagles. You got to beat the Giants. You got to beat the Cowboys, right? You got to beat these teams with winning records. The 49ers are going to be a good team, all right? Maybe even the Falcons. You got to find a way to win these games. Don't sleep on Houston next week. They were game against the Giants. They gave them a run for their money. We saw that they gave the Eagles a run for their money. Do not sleep on these Texans. But we got to take care of business. But again, we got more than enough time to talk about it. It's a quick turnaround, short week. Celebrate. Tell with that shit, though. Tonight, we talking about the Eagles and we smoking that Eagles pack. Pass that shit around. Puff, puff, pass. Twitter loaded you up. Twitter loaded up for you. Thank you. Let's go there right now because I know there were a lot of comments on Twitter or on this stream before I got here. So let's go ahead and see. I'm pretty sure this is a long list. All right. Hail Skins. Stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB, or rather upgraded to silver. Thank you for that upgrade. Mob, y'all know what to do. Show Hail Skins some love for his upgrade. Come on in. You already a member of the squad. Welcome to the silver portion of the MOBB. All right. Got another one. This one is from Steven Kinsler. Thank you for the super chat, Steven. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Steven Kinsler, writes, TH4 just threw the interception. I don't understand why he doesn't take advantage of AG 24 one-on-one with the linebacker. Instead, he forces it to 17 for the interception. Be better. Those are frustrating because there were opportunities. Like I said, Curtis Samuel was open up the seam. Like the safety, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, was cheating because he knew he wanted to go to Terry. He did it earlier in the game. He had success on the 41-yarder already. So Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was cheating. And he just disregarded Curtis Samuel. And if his eyes would have taken him to Terry and then thrown it up the seam, he would have had him, maybe even for a touchdown. Even a throw early in the game, he had, I want to say it might have even been the fumble. He had the tight end releasing late out into the flats. Amani Rodgers, like, throw the football. And he looked a little hobbled tonight, did Amani Rodgers. I hope he's okay. He looked a little hobbled tonight. Heavy K, Commanders fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Heavy K writes, this clown Heineke is going to find a way to lose the game. A lot of y'all probably felt that way. And in the MOBB, a lot of, them were saying that. They thought, oh, here he goes. I was like, nah, I feel it tonight. This game's different. We're going to win this game. I said that. I meant that. And it happened. It came to fruition. Heavy K, Commanders fan. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Right. Commanders have too many good offensive players for Heineke. Well, that's the point. You want to load up and give Heineke as many opportunities to get the football to these guys as possible. So, Heavy K, Commanders fan, thank you for the super chat. Once again, greatly appreciate you. Writes, all the stars are in line finally for us to win this game. I kind of got that sense after 3 quarters because I was nervous after halftime because you should have seen the MOBB. You would have thought we won the game at halftime. They were high-fiving, figuratively high-fiving, talking about, this and that and how they was going to do this and do that and say this. And I'm like, hey, we've seen this movie before. This ain't a half of a game. This game isn't 30 minutes. It's 60. We did half of the deed. We got to finish the job. And we did. After the 3rd quarter, when I put the 4s up in the MOBB, when we put them 4s up, I was like, we winning this game. We came too far to give this shit away. This is our night. We were 11-point dogs. This is our night. I felt it. I'm glad they did too. DJ Walker, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy DJ writes, Big Lou, what's up with you? Man, living the life, man. Enjoying this dub. What's good with you, DJ? He says, all the pieces are here. We are just a quarterback away. You know what's crazy? I was thinking the same thing, DJ. I'm not going to lie to you. Keeping it a buck with you, man. I said to myself as I was watching this game, and despite the win, I'm like, we just a damn quarterback away from being like really in this bitch. Like seriously competing for some shit that's meaningful. I was really thinking that. It's crazy that you said that, man. Because I really feel that way. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Alex owes me $50. What did he bet you that they were going to sweep us? Or did y'all just bet individually on this game? I know y'all had some bets going on early in the season. Alex is a stand-up dude. He'll be around. It'll take him probably a little while. I don't expect to see Alex for a little while, but he'll be back. He always comes back. AfroCat2136. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. AfroCat, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, that was nothing to lose type energy. I said that. When I talked about, I said, we got nothing to lose. Everything to gain. Nobody's giving us a chance. We're 11-point underdogs. We're supposed to get blown out. I tweeted out, Hugh Douglas was on the JP and B Mitch show. And JP tweeted out a quote from Hugh Douglas. I'm going to find that quote real quick because let's see. Oh, y'all putting it on heavy. I love it. I'm gonna be retweeting my ass off after this shit is over with. Don't you worry. Let's see. So Hugh Douglas he said it's gonna be an ass whooping, no doubt. Those were his words to JP and B Mitch. It's gonna be an ass whooping. And my response to that was, that's the energy right there. Hugh is super close to the team because he does their games, the play-by-play, or he's one of the analysts. So he travels with the team. He talks to them on a daily basis. That's the energy that they were giving. Oh, it's Washington. We whipped their ass the first time. We're going to do it again. I said he didn't get this out of thin air. He didn't just make that shit up. That energy, he got that shit from the team. Yeah. I told you, they weren't respecting us. I love it. All right, back to the comment section. AfroCat 2136. I'm gonna finish your super chat. He says, that was a nothing to lose type of energy. All game, I kept saying to myself, where the F is Tez? 99 coming back will allow him to stop his disappearing act. When we needed him most, he got the sack. And Tez almost had another sack. Barely, got there just a hair late to Jalen Hurts. It's hard to sack Hurts. I was pissed off on the one play where we get immediate pressure with Jonathan Allen. I think it might have been Deron Payne. Immediate pressure. Nobody is able to corral him. He runs in a damn circle like a little ass kid and then runs up and gets a gain of like 2.5 on 2nd and 3 and makes it 3rd and inches, and they quarterback sneak and get it. I'm pissed off. Like, come on, guys. It's hard to sack Jalen Hurts because they get the ball out of his hands so quickly, and then that offensive line is a beast. The Black Owl B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, what it do, Lou? Hey, Lou, celebrate. They need to rename Washington the Washington Wreckers. I don't know about that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Rob Yu. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. Forrest is a dog that's only going to get better. Ain't that the truth? That's a young man that I am absolutely in love with his game. Fast as shit. That interception, that is not normal, what he did on that play. All right. And then, you know, he's a hitter. So there's a lot to love about Derek Forrest. Scooped up that fumble. Then everybody got around. Hey, I love it. I love the energy right now, man. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, my left hand's up high. I got both hands up high. Y'all know how I feel. But, hey, I ain't going to shoot it down. Y'all know what it is. All right. Barrett Downing, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. I read this one before, but I think this is you repeating it to make sure it got read. So I'll read it again anyway. How sweet it is, Lou, to get a big win in Philadelphia. How sweet it is. How sweet it is indeed. William Edwards, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. William writes, Heineke's 2 best plays, the 20-yard sack save and the kneel down. I watched a miracle tonight. I could have been happy with the first half alone. The first half was, how it ended was just beautiful with the field goal. Like that, we don't do that. That's what everybody else does to us. We don't get the stop after scoring a touchdown to take the lead and get a quick 3 and out and get the ball back and then score a field goal to end the half. That's what everybody does to us. Like, that shit was like poetry in motion. It was like, I was in the twilight zone. I'm like, who is this team that I'm watching right now? Who is this team? After the first possession fumble, up until the Heineke interception, they were like masked men. Who are these masked men? Who am I watching right now? Who is this coordinator that refuses to stop running the football down their throats? Who is this team not committing stupid penalties that kills drives? Who is this team converting 3rd and longs? It wasn't just 3rd and 4s and 3rd and 3s. There were 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9s and 3rd and 7s that we converted. Who are these guys? It's fun to watch. Indeed it was. All right. Got those out of the way. Thank you so much for that, Kevin, the PRF. Brian Norfleet, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Brian Norfleet writes, hey, Lou, let's pop that bottle and toast with the 72 Dolphins. Let's keep this train rolling. We did that earlier. We can do it again. Shake up the little bit of bubbly. Pour a little bit in the glass. Cheers. 72 Dolphins. It's on you. I love it. Glad we could be of some assistance to the 72 Dolphins. Couldn't have happened to a better team. Lucky Chuck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Terry is that dude. Yes. Yes, he is. I love it. I love when 17 gets involved because he doesn't get his just due. And he did it on a big stage so everybody could see. And he did it against the quote-unquote best secondary in football. And I shouldn't throw those air quotes because the Eagles secondary is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But Terry has no problems handling either one of those corners. Neither one of them. Want to see 17 coming. All right. Stizzy DeRasta. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Stizzy writes, rolling a 9-gram J, smoking that Eagles pack. Everybody counted us out, but we overcame. By the way, I'm trying to become a member, but I don't know how. Very simple, Stizzy. Where you see the subscribe button, there should be a join button. Now, if you're on a mobile device, sometimes it doesn't show up. So you might have to go to the desktop view. You can do that on your mobile device as well. But if you don't see it there, also you can go to my actual page and you'll see the join button at the top of the screen there as well. So there's multiple ways to do it. But sometimes it doesn't show up on the mobile device. So you might have to go to the desktop view. But you'll see the join button right where the subscribe button is. You click that and just follow the prompt. All right. Hey, roll that thing up. Take a couple hits, bro. Do that thing. B-Ball God. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. B-Ball God writes, said to my roommate after the end of the third, Heineke should just get one interception out of the way while there's still time left on the clock. LOL. And he definitely did that. I would prefer him not to do that. You know, I understand your logic is like, let's not have the back-breaking interception where we can't respond. But how about we just not have the interception? Period. How about that? I'd love that. So, definitely got it. He definitely got it out of his system. That was for sure. Let's see. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take command for life writes. Terry also won me my fantasy game. Cherry on top. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Isn't that beautiful? Where you just get a little extra on the side. The win itself was enough. Then he said, hey, I'm going to toss you a fantasy dub. Can't ask for it any better than that. A193, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, TH4 Ultra. Ultra, 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 Ultra. Sly guy. He's a sly guy. 17 barbecue slay. Yes, sir. Barbecue chicken. Defoe picks, juice hits, but Scott with the time priceless. I won't be looking for this from Scott moving forward, but gotta admit, felt good, really good. Gotta give Scott some credit. We love this shit on Scott, and he deserves a lot of it. He was good tonight. RP84. I wanted to say RP55, but RP84. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, can't give Carson more than 70%. Come a second round pick to the Colts. I say keep rolling. If it's worse, we go to Howell. No lost money next year. HTTC 757. Y'all know what it is. I just think Heineke's earned the right to continue to lead this team. I just think. And the good ones admit when they made a mistake. And this you can say what you want. Again, you can say what you want about Ron and his staff. Ron's admitted when he's made mistakes. They made a mistake on William Jackson III. What did he say? We made a mistake. They traded him. They did the right thing. They got something for him, right? They made a mistake on Dwayne Haskins. They moved on from him. They've admitted mistakes. I'd like to see them do that here with Carson Wentz. And they don't have to say anything because they may ultimately need Carson down the road. I don't need you to say anything. I just need you to show us that by your actions. Keep a Heineke in the game. But we'll see. Again, we'll see what they decide to do. B Harris 757. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. B Harris 757 writes, Lou, it was a long car ride home when we lost at home earlier this year, but man, it's a good night. Sleep tonight. She's as quiet as a mouse. LOL. Oh, and them young DBs are balling. Hey, you shouldn't have let her sleep at all. Wake your ass up. Did she let you sleep? Well, you probably were driving. Did she stop talking on the way home when they gave us work in week 3? If the answer is no, ain't no sleep till morning. Ain't no sleep. Wake your ass up. We got to win tomorrow. Wake your ass up. You're going to get this work all the way home, just like you did me. If you want to show her grace and mercy, by all means, put a little bit of good juju in your bag, and you could use that for a later date and time. Sure, knock yourself out. I'm petty, though. Won't be no sleeping on this car ride home. Wake your ass up. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And them young DBs, you are not lying. You did not tell a lie. They are balling. I have hope for that secondary. We clapping Eagles cheeks. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, let's go. Lou 3-0 in dirty B-Rob jersey. Yes, indeed. Hey, if you're 3-0, keep it going. Make it 4-0. All right. Yes, sir. All right. Spence Kalis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Spence, who writes, eating my cheesesteak. Tastes like victory. Take a bite for me, man. Take a nice, gigantic bite with all kinds of juices dripping down the side of your cheek. Pause. I need it. I need the slimiest of bites. I know that shit tastes good. Boy, victory is sweet. That shit is sweet. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Mr. Ron B, OG, triple OG, writes, I'm fired up. I'm charged up. Them boys ain't about to starve us. Nah, them boys ain't about to starve us. We charged up. That's right. We fired up over here, man. Celebrate. Them boys are no longer among the ranks of the unbeaten. Yes. Yes, sir. Spencer Creech, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Spencer writes, even on the pick, Terry was open to the sideline. If he could have gotten it out there, it was going to take a lot because the safety was over there. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was over there. He would have had to really have gotten it in there. Like, it would have taken a perfect throw. But I'm going to say this, though. Terry got his hands on it. Nobody else touched that ball. Terry got his hands on that one. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. B Harris 757. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, come on, Lou. Y'all gotta be real. ODU played bad, and if defense didn't get turnovers, he would have had 200 yards, a fumble, and an interception with no touchdowns. That's awful. Defense made plays. That's one way to look at it. But you watched the game, B. Come on, B. Come on, B. You watched the game, bro. You saw the throws. You saw the throw to Terry down the sideline for 41. He couldn't have walked up and handed it to him any better, partner. You saw the throw to Terry on second down on the slants. You saw the throw to Curtis Samuel for the first down. He made big plays in this game. You got to give him credit. He made plays. Yep, he fumbled. That wasn't his fault. Charles Leno got beat by Josh Sweat. He threw the interception. That is a bad decision by Taylor Heineke. I'm not going to defend that. But he did what he needed to do to help this team win. Without his play, we don't win this football game. Yep, he made some mistakes. He still was a huge part of why we call ourselves victorious tonight. Give the man credit. And start looking for some J's for him to pick out the rock. David Hardy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, David Hardy, thank you for becoming a member of the MOBB, who writes, I know we won, not being a dream killer, but we didn't play the RPO well. Are we still on the JDR wave? They still put up a lot of points. So the RPO is going to be tough to stop with the Eagles, period. They're just a hard offense to defend because of all the weapons that they have, because of Hurts's legs, because they've got essentially a three-way go of it. He can hand the ball off to Miles Sanders, he can keep it himself, or he can throw it all in the same play. It's tough to defend. I thought we did a solid job. It's not going to be easy, but considering what the Eagles have been offensively this season, you got to give credit to the defense. And again, it wasn't a great performance, but it was a good enough performance. That's what this defense is not a dominant defense. Understand it. I've been trying to convey that to you. Here's the thing that we do at a dominant level. We get stops on third downs. Let's see what the Eagles did on third downs tonight. They weren't terrible on third downs, but I guarantee you they weren't great on third downs either. The Eagles were 5 of 8. They actually were really good on third downs, actually. They were 5 of 8 on third downs. But that's the one thing that we do well. It's third downs. And when we needed a third down stop at the end of the game, what did we do? We got it. I wasn't happy with some of the third down conversions they got in the first half. The first 3rd and 10 of the game, we come with an all-out pressure. They throw a screen behind it, and Devontae Smith gets a first down and like 13 on 3rd and 10. That pissed me off. But it happened. But again, and they gave up the big ball down the field to Quez Watkins, and he fumbled. Like but we made that break. Juice was hustling on the play after getting beat. Forced the fumble. Derek Forrest scoops it up after 2 more guys tried to dive on it and, forced the ball to be pushed out, and Forrest went and got it. Like, it wasn't perfect. And this defense will never be perfect, but we're going to get more help with Chase Young. We're going to get Cole Holcomb back. It's only going to get better. I like where we sit. Commander Optimist 5 and 5. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Commander Optimistic, excuse me. Commander Optimistic 5 and 5 writes, the football gods blessed us with some fried eagle tonight. Bruh, we got a little bit of everything, even turnovers. Yes, we did. I was like, man, this is crazy. The turnovers, 4 of them. We keep forgetting about the last one. We keep saying 3. 4 of them. My guy, Swaggy P, reminded me of the final turnover that Casey Tuhill scooped up. That counts as a fumble. We forced 3 fumbles and an interception. We were outstanding tonight in the turnover department. It just feels good, man. The football gods definitely blessed us. And I asked Uncle Mo when he was deciding on whether he wanted to stay over there with Philadelphia, if he wanted to come over and come back and kick it with us. I said, what is it going to take to get you to come back over here and sit with us, man? You know what he said? A bucket of chicken and a couple of grape sodas. I said, all right, I got you. Go sit down. I'm going to go get it for you. Grabbed a couple of birds, rotisserie those things, right? Fried them up nice. Got him a couple of cold grape sodas. Bless that man. Uncle Mo was chilling. Lou is chilling. What more can I say? We top billing. That's what we got. We got it. I'm feeling good. Since you understood, let's keep going, man. Let's not stop here. Let's beat the Texans next week. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take command for life. Right. Your own stadium isn't even bird country anymore. Like I've said, I've always felt like of the other 3 stadiums, again, ours doesn't count. We're the most sterile in the division. Nobody's afraid to come to FedEx Field, nor should they be. But of the other 3, I've always felt like Philadelphia was the safest of the 3. Always. So I'm not shocked that we were able to go in there and do what we did. Because even the games that we lose to the Eagles in Philadelphia, we're always up. Remember, I brought up the games, the Colt McCoy game, where Adrian Peterson ripped off the 91-yard touchdown run. We were up in that game early before everything fell apart. You remember the game last year, the COVID game, the replacements game we played? Garrett Gilbert at quarterback, and we were up in that game. Dallas Goedert had a pick go off his shoe, and Landon Collins picked it off. We jumped out to like a 10-3 lead, or I think it was 10-0. Should have been 14-0. We missed an opportunity to score another touchdown. We always go into Philadelphia, start fast, and we can't hold on. And if you recall all of those, you were probably thinking, same old song. I wasn't going for that shit tonight. We worked too hard. We came too far to give this one away. You can't have this one. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. Ron B writes, OG, triple OG. A team win. We got contributions from all 3 phases. Offense was on rhythm, D was stout, and special teams covered. Like I said, total team effort, all 3 phases, complementary football. This is how you draw it up. This is the first game we've played where it's been a complete football game, all 4 quarters. This is the first game this season we've scored in all 4 quarters. Haven't had a game this season where we've scored in every single quarter, where we've looked competent in every single quarter. We scored on five straight possessions in this ball game. It was a masterpiece. And we still didn't put those boys away the way we should have. We slightly left the door ajar. Should have scored that touchdown to make it 27-13. That really, it would have been 27-14, excuse me. That really would have put them on their heels. They really would have been in some trouble then. We let them off the hook, but we were able to hold on. William Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, William Lee, writes, I'll take a loss to Minnesota, but a win against Philly any day. And that's what my guy, King of the North, was saying. And I could rock with that. I was like, man, I'm really buying into that. And it came to fruition. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. OG, triple OG writes, Hudson was going to block that punt and score. Absolutely he was, which is why what Sipoff, the punter, Sipoff, what he did was brilliant to pull it down, run, and then kick it rugby style. It did result in a penalty, but if he doesn't do that, the game's over already. You know, if he tries to kick that thing, Khaleke Hudson is going to block it, and more likely than not, hopefully it doesn't go out of the back of the end zone for a safety. He's able to scoop that thing up, and it's a touchdown. Then the game's over. So that's a brilliant play by him, even though it all resulted in a penalty. It could have been way worse. Way worse. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for the for doubling up. Red Wings 01, who writes, Scary Terry, 8 receptions, 28 yards. AJ Brown, 1 catch, 7 yards. Please continue with how much better Brown is. Real talk though. Hope Gibby's okay and Taylor still weak armed. Nothing you said there is false. There is a conversation though. AJ Brown's been that dude this year. I'm not gonna sit here and act like AJ Brown hasn't been tearing shit up, and he's been the difference maker for that Eagles offense. All right, when he's going, they're tough to stop. He wasn't going tonight, obviously, and you know, I don't know how much of that had to do with him tweaking whatever he tweaked early in the game, but like I said, he came back in the game, no excuses. He ran a deep ball down the field, you know, after that injury, and we picked it off. So he was fine. All right, no excuses. It's good that Terry continues to make it a discussion. I think Terry now officially has more yards receiving than him on the season, with less catches, if I'm not mistaken. And you know, the big thing with AJ Brown has been, oh, he's got a higher yards per catch. I think Terry's also smoking him in that department, yards per catch, because Terry's had some big ones. You know, normally Terry's a nickel and dime guy, you know, 7 catches for 67 yards. Nah, it's been, you know, 8 catches, 128, 6 catches, 122 yards, like the shit he did against Indianapolis. When Terry goes off, it is usually for, you know, big yards. I think he's had 3 games of 100 yards this season, which that's a lot for him. With what we've been putting out there at quarterback, it's been tough for him to get any kind of consistency. He's gotten a little bit of that this season. He's starting to really come on. And again, I can't help but think 3 of Terry's best games this season, if not his 3 best games, have come with Taylor Heinicke in the lineup. If I'm not mistaken, he was big in the Green Bay game. I don't know if he eclipsed 100 yards, though. I think he fell short in that game. But that still was a big game. He was huge in that game, right? Had the touchdown grab, had the big 3rd down catch. Obviously, the Indy game. And then this game. And he was over 100 against Indy. He was over 100 again tonight. I'm not sure if he went over 100 in any other game. Jacksonville, he had the big catch, but he didn't have any other real big impactful catches in that game. But he did have the touchdown grab in that game. Detroit, he might have went over 100 in that game. I don't know if he did any real damage in the Detroit game. But I just know Terry's starting to come on, and it's not a coincidence. It's with Taylor Heinicke. So anyway, we'll see what happens. And yes, you know, that moon ball he threw up that got picked. You want to get hyped because he threw the dime to Terry down the right sideline over Slay. And then he does that, and you go, okay, that's the Taylor that I've come to know. Not love, by the way. All right. B Harris 757. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we ran the ball 40 plus times. We won in the trenches. I didn't think Scott Turner had it in him to stick with the run, to be consistent. Look, we weren't gouging them in the run game. Our biggest run of the night might have been that B-Rob run where he's dragging Eagle defenders and he picked up, you know, maybe 9 or 10 yards. We didn't have any big hits in the run game. There was no Curtis Samuel massive run. There was no Gibby big run. It was just consistency in the run game. That's all it was us consistently kicking their ass in the run game, and that was fun to watch. And I'm glad Scott stuck with it. I didn't think he had the balls to do it because we know Scott Turner. We know how bullheaded he can be. He had that moment in the red zone where he decided to throw it on 2nd down instead of running it, and it was incomplete. And then he threw it on 3rd down, and Heinicke got sacked. So we've seen that at times he can get a little antsy and want to throw it, but I was I was shocked that he stuck with the run the way that he did. And maybe that was an influence with Ron telling him, bro, keep running the football. But we definitely won in the trenches for sure. Absolutely. Raw Rebel, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Raw Rebel writes, they did this for Ron's mom. Yes, they did. And it feels good. And Ron deserved it. And I couldn't think of a better, team to do it against. You want to beat Minnesota. That was a tough one to swallow. But this one here made that one all the more special, right? Fresh Montana. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fresh Montana writes, salute, bruh. Terry is him. D4 dog St. Juice will be a monster. K Fuller locked up number 11. They did a phenomenal job in the secondary. Fresh. I can't agree with you more. I thought the secondary, this was probably their best performance of the season. Knowing what we were up against, knowing what they did to us the first time, knowing that, Devontae Smith had a career day, knowing that Hurts probably had one of his best games of his career, over 340 yards, 3 touchdown tosses, 24 points in one period. Knowing what they did to us last time and limiting them the way that we did this game. And the Eagles used tempo. They didn't make it easy on us. They got a first down and then they got moving. All right. They picked up the tempo. That's tough to defend. I thought we did a solid job. It wasn't the cleanest, but we got it done. Terry is definitely him. Indeed. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Scott got to stick to this type of play calling. Be more consistent, but he's on the right track. This helps TH a ton. This is who we are. Smash mouth, physical, old school type of team, not throw first. Again, I don't know. First of all, that's not Scott Turner's mentality. That's not in his DNA to be this run heavy. So that's number one. Number two, this isn't sustainable because we didn't have a lot of penalties in this game. We didn't have the mistakes that usually come with us. Did you hear some of the drives? Every one of our scoring drives, with the exception of the last one where we forced the fumble, the one with the face mask, every one of those drives was over 5.5 minutes, 6 minutes long. One of those drives was like 16 plays, 86 yards, and 7 minutes. It was a thing of beauty. The one that gave us the lead 17-14 with the B-Rob stretch. Shit was a thing of beauty. That was the one with the Heineke, running back 20 yards to grab the high snap and throw it out of bounds to save the possession. Thing of beauty. So, just something like that could destroy a drive. A 3rd and 8 batted ball, drive done. We were able to avoid all of that tonight. And so I'd love to see them be a little bit more, run heavy and take the pressure off of Taylor Heineke, because we know the more Heineke throws it, the more likely some stupid shit could happen. That said, it's not like we killed it on the ground. Speaking of which, let's just go see what exactly we did on the ground in this game. Robinson, 26 for 86, 3.3 yards a carry. Gibson, 14 for 44, 3.1. Samuel, 4 for 12. I just like when he touches it. I don't give a shit how much. And he could have had a much bigger run if John Bates decides to block somebody. Every play, we have these opportunities and somebody doesn't block anybody. It just kills me. Samuel, 4 for 12, 3 yards a pop. Heineke, 5 for 10, 2 yards a pop. That averages out 49 rushes, 152 yards, 3.1 yards per tote. The longest run we had, I told you, was that Brian Robinson run where he was dragging Eagle defenders, 11 yards. That's the longest run we had of the night. It's not that we were overly effective. We were just effective. But You can't do that every week and expect to have the same results. William Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. William Lee writes, we are the blueprint for beating Philly now. Well, I think other teams had shown you could run on Philadelphia, but I think the time of possession, and I wonder what we did defensively to give them problems. Everybody doesn't have our personnel, though, but still, I'd like to see some of the things that we were able to do to limit them. But they had some success, too. But at the end of the day, they're not going to turn the ball over 4 times. Again, they had 3 turnovers coming into the game all season long. So they're not going to turn it over 4 times in a game. Like, that's an anomaly. But if you're playing the Eagles, run the football against them. Till they stop it, run the football against them. Jay Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jay Lee writes, don't sleep on Scott with extra days to prepare. I've already told y'all. Scott Turner with an extra day or more. Dangerous man. Dangerous. I'm scared because he's going to have less time to prepare this week. He's going to have a day less. I'm scared. McAllister Nicholas, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. McAllister Nicholas writes, shout Lou, long time. It's been a while. It sure has. Says, I felt in my soul we would win this game. Shout out the defense and the run game. Left hand up. Who are we? The Commanders. Hey, I felt like we had a chance. I didn't think we were going to win the game, but I knew we were going to fight. And I said, this is a good matchup for us. I thought we were going to fight to the bitter end, be in this ball game, but we were going to find a way to throw it away. I could never in my wildest dreams imagine that we were going to force 4 turnovers, that we were going to win time of possession. What did the time of possession end up being? Had to be damn near 3-1. Let's go find out what time of possession was in this game. 2-1, 40-20 in the game. I couldn't have imagined that that's what we would do. I mean, that honestly is where the game was won. That and the turnovers. I told you could go to 2 stats usually, and it'll tell you the story of the game. Red zone efficiency and turnovers. Well, the Eagles were 3 of 3 in the red zone. When they got down there, they scored touchdowns. We were 2 of 3, right? But they turned it over 4 times. We turned it over twice. That was the difference in the game. I told you those 2 stats usually tell you the story. So, we clapping Eagles cheeks. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, hashtag long live Alex, hashtag long live 9-0, hashtag long live Eagles. Undefeated no more. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Fat American writes, Lou, I was hyped on a different level today. I'm actually willing to say I was as hyped as I was during the 05 run at the end of the season. I was hyped. I knew you were hyped because the 05 references, they dwindled, and you actually focused on this particular game. You started out with the 05 references, and then they started to go away, and I was like, uh-oh. Fat American's in his bag today. Uh-oh, they giving him nostalgia, and I knew the run game would do that for you. The smash mouth nature in which we played tonight was going to take you back and make you feel good and give you the warm and fuzzies inside. Bloodshot Sports, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Bloodshot Sports writes, this might be Scott's best game he ever called. I don't know about that. I think he's had some really good games that he's called throughout his tenure here. Especially in 2020. I don't know. This one was a really good one from him, but I felt like he's done, better job in other games that he's called. But I was just proud of him for sticking with the run. Would have liked to even, it's crazy. We ran it damn near 50 times, and I thought we should have run it 2 more times down in the red zone if need be when we got that first and goal. The one time we didn't score a touchdown, we were 2 of 3, is the one time he didn't run it. The other 2 times we ran it in. We kept running the football. Like, stop it. We're not going to stop running until you stop it. And we got in. This time you get a nice run from Gibby all the way down to like the 3-yard line, I think. It might have been the 6. I think it was the 3. And then he decided to throw it, try to catch him off guard. They were ready for it, had to throw it away, back of the end zone to Logan Thomas, incomplete. And then he got sacked. I would have run it 2 more times. Make him stop it. Kaylon Meekins, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Kaylon writes, we've been holding teams under 21 5 weeks straight. Let's see. Vikings scored 20. Obviously, the Eagles scored 21. Was it 21 today? Because we scored 32. So they scored 21. So 21, 20. Colts scored 16. Packers scored 21. Bears scored 7. So, and the Titans scored 21. So Titans game, Bears game, Packers game, Colts game, Vikings game. This game is 6 weeks in a row. We've held opponents to 21 or less. So defense, I've said this, and I've said this since, and a lot of people chastised me when I said it. They gave us a chance to beat the Eagles the first time. They gave us a chance to beat the Eagles the first time. The defense has given us a chance to win every single game since week number 2. After the Lions game, they've given us a chance every single week. And to your point, Kaylon, the last 6 weeks are proof of that. We could have won every single one of those games. We could have lost every one of those games as well. Like, let's not get it twisted. This is the first time we've won a game by more than 1 score. But obviously, you watch the game, you know, we didn't really win this game by 11. We did, but this was a 1-score game. Big Bag Terry 17. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Terry coming for Diggs next to get his crown back. I'm dying for because Diggs gets away with a lot of BS, holding and tugging, and they don't call it. I just want Terry to have his fair shot against Diggs. Bloodshot Sports. Excuse that last super chat. A little tipsy. No, you're fine. You deserve to be tipsy. Pull up. Enjoy. I don't think it was his best game, but double up. Don't only double up on the super chat. Double up on the shot. You can be tipsy as you want to be. All right. It's all love. You deserve it. We've been through a lot as fans. We deserve this. Again, we're 5-5. We didn't win anything. We didn't win a playoff game. But it feels damn good. B Harris 757. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we finally made the running back progress through the first read. We finally made the running backs progress through his first read. Oh, you're talking about Hurts. Hurts has played well this season. Is as hard as I've been on him, he's shown me some things this year. He's gotten a lot better. I can't shit on Jalen Hurts, but as I've mentioned, I just wanted to see some game pressure on him. And he wasn't terrible with the pressure. He threw a dime to Quez Watkins down the field. But with the game on the line, we pressured him. He threw it away. We sacked him. That felt good. I think that was our only sack of the night. But it couldn't have come at a more opportune time. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, B-Rob was a man amongst boys. Went up against the best O-line and run game in the NFL. And the D-line rose to the challenge. Masterful possession control It was. I knew we could run against them because, again, I watched the Texans run against them. I watched the Cowboys run against them. I watched the Lions run against them. I think the Steelers had some success against them on the ground with Najee Harris. You can run the football on this Eagles defense, especially without Jordan Davis. I even said this, and Lloyd Brunson went to the stats and tried to laugh at me. I said, we had success, even though it looked just like this. This is what I was trying to tell him. I said, we had success. And then he went to the numbers and he's like, oh, you only had X, Y, Z. And I'm like, bro, we had success. I know what I saw. It looked just like this. The problem was we were so far behind and we were incapable of protecting. It didn't matter if you got to 3rd and 4 because you were getting sacked. You couldn't even protect long enough to complete a 5-yard pass. So it didn't matter if you got to 3rd and 4. 3rd and 3, it didn't matter. You were getting sacked. Here, after the first possession, we settled in. They started chipping and they started giving help. And eventually they just said, to hell with it. We just going to rock and roll. We got this. So between the run game, again, somebody said it earlier, we won in the trenches. We truly did. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. OG Triple OG writes, Eagles fans, I just got one question for you. What you got to say? What you got to say? Nothing. They ain't got nothing. I mean, they're going to make excuses, as I mentioned. And people have been saying they're going to talk about the refs cheated, this, that, and the third. Get out of here. DJ23. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, he says, that's how you do it. Walk in their house, muddy shoes and all, drink the juice out the carton and walk out. That's how you do it. You ransack the pantry. You go in the fridge. You take whatever you want out of there. And it's not good enough to just take it to the head. No, take the juice to the head and then leave a corner. Barely a sip. Put that bitch back in the fridge. That'll really piss them off. All right. Wipe the bottom of your shoes. They're muddy. Make sure you put a nice handprint on the refrigerator door. Walk around the entire kitchen. Just make a mess. Everywhere. Go into the living room. Put your feet up on the coffee table. Lose the remote. I don't know where I put it. Walk out of the house with it. You can't turn the TV. And then walk out of the house. I ain't going to be too disrespectful. We 5-5. We didn't sweep them. Can't go upstairs and start doing really unspeakable acts in the bedroom and things of that nature. No. We just beat them once. We didn't sweep them. We'll just keep our disrespect to downstairs. But it was fun. Darius Kroom, 1. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Darius writes, Heineke 3-1 could have easily been 4-0. We are QB away from being good. Don't tell them nothing. They don't need to know that. Just know that each season is its own entity. So as much as I want to buy into that narrative of, hey, we just a quarterback away, shit changes every single year. The defense was good in 2021 or 20. They were terrible last year in 2021, right? They're back to being solid again. Next year, the defense could be ass-tastic again. So it's hard to say. If we had a better quarterback, you're damn right we'd be dangerous right now. But we got what we got. Upgrading the position still needs to be a thing in the offseason. But if you get a young boy, guess what? You got to take a step back. You got to take some lumps. You get a veteran, which is what Ron has been trying to do. Who knows? But I don't think a lot of you want to go down that path. But again, that's an off-season topic. We don't need to talk about that shit right now. Celebrate! We just beat the damn Eagles in their building, knocked them from the ranks of the unbeaten. I won't talk about nothing else but busting their ass. Heineke's 3-1 though. Indeed. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Fat American. Writes, Lou, with the performance of our defense the past few games and the offensive performance today, if both sides can play like this together, we can be good. Yeah, that's the point. It's what I've been screaming about all year long. If we could just play 4 quarters of football. I've been talking about that since week number 1 when we beat Jacksonville. I'm like, if we would have played 4 quarters, remember we had that malaise in the second and third quarter against Jacksonville, where we didn't score any points, turned it over a bunch of times, and allowed Jacksonville to run off 15 unanswered points. I said, if we would have just played 4 quarters, we would have smoked Jacksonville. If we would have played 4 quarters against the Detroit Lions, we would have beat them. But we didn't. We'd have played 4 quarters against Dallas and eliminated the mistakes. We would have forced Cooper Rush into like 3 turnovers. We would have beat them. But we didn't. I could go on and on. But our problem has been all season the inability to play 4 quarters, to get out of our own way, to force turnovers. You know we're going to turn the shit over. We can't help but turn the damn ball over. We've been clean 1 game this season, and that was the Chicago Bears game. That's it. Out of 10 contests, we've had 1 game where we did not turn the ball over. You know we're going to turn the shit over. The question isn't if we're going to turn it over. It's how many times are you going to turn it over, and when are you going to turn it over, and where are you going to turn it over? All turnovers are not created equal. Clearly, you saw that tonight. If we can play the way we played tonight, we're going to be a tough out. Again, I don't think what we did tonight is sustainable. Force 4 turnovers, scoring 5 straight possessions, run the football 50 times. Limit the mistakes and the penalties. I don't think we had but maybe 3 penalties on offense the entire night. I think most of our penalties were defensive penalties tonight. Like, we got the Eagles to participate in their own demise. They were active participants with the penalties, especially the illegal, not blocking a guy. Like, how could you be so negligent on that final punt to allow, a free hitter off the edge? Like, Khaleke Hudson was untouched. So much so the punter just said, F this, I can't kick this shit. I got to pull it down and run. The Eagles were negligent. That forced them to not use the 2-minute warning as a timeout. Then they hit Heinicke when he's down, producing a 15-yard penalty that essentially ended the game. They were active participants in their own demise. The shit isn't sustainable. All we can do is be more consistent as a rush offense, have Heinicke and the passing offense be more in sync with each other. And you saw a little bit of that tonight. And then we got to score the ball. We did that tonight. You can win a lot of games scoring 32. Without the last, play touchdown, you can win a lot of games scoring 26 points. You win a lot of games scoring 26 points. Listen to this stat. If the Denver Broncos would have scored 18 points, exactly 18 points in every single one of their games this season in regulation, 18 points, that's it, 18. They'd be 8-1 right now. 8-1. Imagine hell, we've won games scoring 12 and 17. Imagine the damage you can do scoring 26. You beat the Cowboys if you score 26 points. You beat the Eagles. Now, again, the game changes if you score more points, but you beat the Eagles if you score 26 points the first time. You beat the Titans if you score 26 points. You get where I'm going with this. 26 points this season for Washington, and we're 9-1. The only game we gave up more than 26 points was the loss to the Lions. I don't think we gave up more than 21 points, 26 points in any other game this season. Correct me if I'm wrong. We just have to be more consistent. We did that tonight. Can we do it moving forward? That's another question. The Bat, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, heart racing like a horse. What a win. What a win indeed, the Bat. I was when we won the game, I let out the loudest. For a second, I forgot that I have my kids. They're sleeping upstairs. I didn't care. I let out the loudest. Ah! I jumped. I did the Michael Jordan jump like 5 times. I was amped. I was running around. I had to remember, bro, you got a video to do. You got to get prepared. I was so amped. What a win indeed. B-Hat, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, sorry about that. I don't know if I'm more excited about AJ getting clamped all game by Fuller or Terry's big night, but I'll be celebrating this one all week. F them. F them indeed. There's a lot to be excited about. The 32 spot. Again, I don't care how we got it. Last play, throwing the ball around, whatever. I don't give a shit about that. The 32 spot in their crib, 11-point underdogs. We win by 11. Terry going over a $120 on these chumps. Just the smash mouth nature in which we rammed it down their throat. Stayed true to what the game plan was. The 4 turnovers, the physicality that we played with today. That's how you force 4 turnovers, 3 of which are fumbles. That's playing with a level of physicality that they didn't match in this game. I love it. Hurts hadn't been picked off since week 3. He had 100 and whatever attempts since the last time he was picked off. Oh, yeah, that felt good to end that shit. Eagles hadn't trailed in the second half of any game this season. Oh, that felt good to end that shit. It's a lot of shit that felt good in this game. Are you kidding me? Damn right. F them. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, gotta say this for Taylor. He is a vengeful spirit. He does not lose to the same opponent twice. I'd say Dallas is next, but one game at a time. Well, we'll see. He lost to Dallas twice last year. The circumstances were what they were. But that first game, there were no circumstances. We got our asses kicked. But I'll say, man, we heard this a million times over the offseason, and it was kind of like a backhanded compliment. But the shit is true, and it works for us. He's a gamer. It ain't pretty. Man didn't throw a single touchdown pass tonight, had 2 turnovers. But if you watch the game, you understand his value and what he brings to the table and how he can assist in a victory. It's rare. It's going to be rare that he's the reason, the biggest reason you win a game. He's going to be rare that he is that. But he will definitely be a part of the reason. When you start listing the reasons why you won the game, he's going to be among them most weeks when you do win. And in the same breath, if you lose, he's probably going to be in the discussion as to why you lost the game. That's the roller coaster that is Taylor Heinicke, but we can't get off. I don't want off. I'd like to see where this thing goes. AJ Meehan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, like button, like button, like button. Y'all heard AJ, man. As a matter of fact, to go ahead and have the shameless plug. Y'all know what to do. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Turn on that notification bell, again, so you don't miss any of this great content here on the Louie T Network. And, of course, as AJ so eloquently put it, hit the like button. We are at 700. I'm happy. I'm a happy man now. If you haven't hit it already, please indulge me. Hit the like button. Thank you so much, AJ Meehan, for the public service announcement. Dante Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I'm going to read this right here, Dante. Let's go! Yes. I match that energy right there. I feel it in my soul. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American, writes, B-Rob ran angry tonight. My God, beast. Love it, Lou. A lot of people were shitting on him after last game, including myself. And I wasn't as hard on him, but I was just saying, hey, I'd like to see more, Antonio Gibson. If B-Rob's going to run the way he ran. Like, I thought he was indecisive, not necessarily timid, but just he didn't look like the guy that I signed up for. But again, there's a lot of circumstances as to why. I thought he looked a lot more like the guy. Still not quite there, but I thought he looked a lot more like the guy that we signed up for when we drafted him in the third round out of Alabama. So he was really good tonight. And he ran with physicality. That's what we drafted him for right there. That touchdown run to me epitomizes what Brian Robinson is all about. Shout out to Sam Cosmi for giving him that push late on that play to give him an opportunity to stretch that football out and score. Spence Kalis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Spence Kalis writes, I was referring to when he kneeled and got hit late. I don't know which super chat you're referring to, but that was a huge play. That play right there was the icing on the cake because we still could have punted the football, which is what we would have done. I trust Tress to punt that inside the 10. And they got to go the length of the field with no timeouts. I would have taken my chances. I would have been a nervous wreck. But I would have taken my chances being in that situation because even though the Eagles have big strike capability, we saw it with the Jalen Watkins catch and then the subsequent fumble, but that was a big ball down the field. They were going to have to matriculate it. And I felt like we were going to force them to eat up a ton of clock, and they had to get in the end zone. They said Jalen Hurts never had a come-from-behind victory. I didn't want us to be the first. Let's keep it that way. He doesn't have one to his name. He's a front runner, as I mentioned. There's nothing wrong with that. But at some point, you're not going to be in front. You're going to be coming from behind. Is Jalen Hurts a guy that can lead you from behind? Right now, the answer is no. I'm glad it stayed that way, and we weren't the first to be blessed by Jalen Hurts late in the ball game. So, that was a huge play. Going Commando, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, work at 6 a.m., but way too hyped to sleep. Who's going to sleep, man? Not I. Way too hyped to sleep. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Going Commando. Jay Lee, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Jay Lee, who writes, need to lead Terry outside. Good read, bad throw. If you're talking about the first one, he might have been able to squeeze it. That second one, he would have had to really lead Terry to get him away from the safety and throw it to the outside. It would have been tough. It would have been a tough ask. Just go to Curtis Samuel over the middle of the football field. Stare down Terry, take the safety away from the middle of the football field, throw it to Curtis Samuel, and he'd had a massive game. Andre Robinson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Andre writes, I'm a Dallas fan, but I can appreciate Washington's grind, Lou. Salute to our division, fam, and congratulations. Thank you, Andre. I appreciate that. That's what it's all about is, again, this is intra-divisional violence right here. This is family business, but it's staying in the family. We still have the highest win percentage in NFL history through 10 weeks of football. I'm just glad that, I said this 2 weeks ago when we finally made it back to 500 at 4-4. I'm just glad to be a part of the conversation now. It was easy to leave us out. We were dragging the division down. Everybody else was, look, we are right now middle class. Okay. Everybody else in the division is highfalutin. The Eagles are wealthy. The Giants are rich. And the Cowboys, they're living comfortably. They're a little bit higher than us. They're not quite where the Giants are. They're definitely not where the Eagles are, but everybody's doing well. And we were struggling to make ends meet. Now we're in the middle class. Got us a nice home in a nice neighborhood, but we want more. We should at least. So it just feels good that we're now among the rest of this division, moving in the right direction. So see what your Cowboys are doing, see what the Giants are doing, see what the Eagles are doing. I just want in. So feels good. Feels good. Feels good. Appreciate you, Andre. Greatly appreciate you. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, would have went for 2 after the last TD if it was allowed. No point. No purpose. You don't, again, that's a fan thing. You don't want to be ignorant as a player, and because the Eagles don't forget, right? Teams don't forget when you do ignorant shit. There's a line. Let us as fans be petty and ignorant and spiteful. Let us do that. As a coach, as a player, you don't want to do that. Unless it's done to you first, you don't want to do that. Because nobody ever forgets. Do you know how, William Refrigerator Perry was born? You know how that happened? That was born in birth out of spite. Because the 49ers, the year before, when they beat the Bears in the playoffs, put Guy McIntyre at fullback as a lead blocker to put the ball in the end zone, and the Bears never forgot that. So Mike Ditka, the following year when they played the 49ers, they already had the game well in hand, were kicking their ass. You know what he did? He put William Refrigerator Perry at fullback. He said, you know what? I'm going to do you one better. I'm not going to let him lead block my guy into the end. I'm going to give him the football. Who's going to stop this 370-pound mammoth from getting in the end zone? And that's how the fridge was born. Out of pettiness, out of pure spite. People don't forgive, and they damn sure don't forget. No need to be over the top. The touchdown's more than enough. We're good. Got our 11-point win. Let's get out of Dodge. D Moore, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Joey Sly, MVP, Heineke, DA, Scott, great PC. He did have this was one of his better play calling games from a consistency standpoint, him sticking with the run. Joey Sly was huge. MVP, I won't go that far, but he was huge. Those were some massive kicks. I'm so happy for Joey Sly, man. F. Altus, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. F. Altus writes, Defoe, a playmaker. Damn sure is. I just love that kid to death. And I remember I wasn't the biggest Derek Forrest fan. Knew he was athletically gifted, was more of a special teams player at Cincinnati. I thought he took poor angles, didn't wrap up. There was a lot I felt like needed to be worked on, and they did that. And remember, we talked about him in the offseason. He was having a great offseason. One of the most improved players was Derek Forrest. You were hearing that out of camp, and you're seeing it come to fruition. And it's night and day difference when you give guys opportunities to grow within the same system. Isn't it great to just see that when you're not changing coordinators or head coaches and you just allow guys to grow within a scheme? makes a hell of a lot of difference when a guy knows what he's doing and doesn't have to think. He can just play. Says, damn, it feels good to say we have a playmaker in the secondary. Fuller, back-to-back big games from him tonight. Eagles best secondary in the NFL? Question mark. Hey, they're still better than us. They're still the best secondary in football. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has 6 picks. He had one tonight. Like, it's okay to be disrespectful, but keep the disrespect within reason. Okay, they're still the best secondary in football, which makes what Terry did that much more enjoyable. That's the best secondary in football, and they got nothing for 17. And Kendall Fuller, I'm glad you brought him up because everybody loves the shit on Kendall Fuller. Big GD, he's trash. And I'm like, look, this has not been a great year for Kendall Fuller. I'm not going to sit here and try to protect him or provide any excuses for him. I'm a Kendall Fuller fan. I appreciate Kendall Fuller for what he is, which is a second corner in this league. He's nobody's number one, but he's a damn solid number 2. He has not played as a solid number 2 this season for much of the year, but as of late, he's started to play better. He's played like the Kendall Fuller that I've come to know and love, and I'm glad that you guys are acknowledging that. Some of you still think he's baked ZD, he sucks, this, that, and the third. Fine, knock yourself out. But this is the Kendall Fuller that I've been preaching about. And you guys know he exists. And you've seen it the last 2 weeks in particular. D Moore, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. D Moore, who writes, we got to draft a QB, please. We'll see how, the chips fall when the season's over, where we end up, and, how many of these guys are going to be gone, and is it feasible to get a guy that you actually like? You can't just draft a quarterback for the sake of drafting a quarterback. It's actually got to be a guy that you like, that you think is talented enough to come in, run your system, and be a competent NFL quarterback. You can't just say, well, we need a quarterback. Let's just take one of these guys. That'll set you back as well. You can't do that. Mr. Yeto, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, smoking on that Eagle pack. Ridgeway was a big pick. Look, man, I've been talking about that. I said, look, a lot of shit y'all clown Ron for and don't give him credit for. I said, one of the things y'all have to give him credit for was that, in his front office, right, was that move to get John Ridgeway. That's another draft pick. All right. I don't know what Castro Fields is going to turn into, but he could ultimately end up being another draft pick, next year, because I think this year is a wash for him. He's injured. I don't know if they put him on IR. I think they put him on IR. This year might be a wash for Castro Fields. But what about next year? Get a full offseason under his belt, more comfortable in the defense. He could be a steal. Like, Ridgeway is huge. He's giving us everything we thought we were going to get from Fedarian Mathis. We lost that in week 1 against Jacksonville. We thought we were going to get that from Fedarian Mathis. We're getting it from John Ridgeway. Feels good. Definitely smoking on that Eagles pack. Pass it. I told you, puff, pass. Don't hog. It's enough for everybody to get some. Lucky Chuck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Lucky Chuck, who writes, Scott Turner did a good job with the play call. I think he was consistent tonight. That was the thing. I thought there was enough creativity. I hated one of the third down runs. We had been creative with motions and pulling guys and all of that kind of stuff. And then you just decided a simple inside gun run, and the Eagles weren't having that shit. They sold out and they stopped us. I hated that particular snap. I didn't love the sequence down when we had them 20 to 14 with a chance to increase the lead to 27-14, get all the way inside the 10. I think we might have even gotten inside the 5, and you decide to run it twice or throw it twice rather when you've had success running it. I didn't love that, but I get it. You're trying to catch them off guard. You've been running it so effectively. You're thinking play action would work. They weren't going for it. Marvin Moore, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB. Welcome aboard, Marvin Moore. Mob, y'all know what to do. Show Marvin Moore some love. Welcome to the squad, Marvin Moore. Will Diggs, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Will Diggs. Who writes, did Jahan get a catch tonight? That was a bogus call on him for OPI. Yeah, he had a catch. On the first possession we scored a touchdown on, he had a nice catch right at the sticks, turned it up the field, and got tackled at about the 4-yard line or so. That was the Gibby touchdown drive where he jumped over the top to get in the end zone. So, yeah, Jahan contributed. I didn't like that call on him either, but I thought that was a makeup call. I was prepared for some sort of a makeup call because clearly the officials knew they missed the face mask on the fumble, and there's nothing they could do about it. So that was a makeup call, if you ask me, and I was fine with it. You know, they were going to get that makeup call in, so I was cool with it. I hated it, but I knew it was coming. Okie Boys Mining, thank you for this. Stand up, Okie Boys Mining. You are now the newest member of the MOBB. Looking forward to chopping it up with you, Mob. Y'all know what to do. Show Okie Boys Mining some love. Welcome to the squad, Okie Boys Mining. All right. Aaron E. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Aaron writes, congrats, LT versus Sheagles made Dallas versus Green Bay easier. Hashtag DC. I picked Green Bay to win that game, so I thought they could win against Dallas. That was fun. I was playing with house money. I won the football pool this week, so I was feeling good about that. I made some great picks. I didn't pick Washington, however, so I did take an L there, but I had already won. I had made such good picks that I had already won, and had I picked Washington, they would have lost. I know my role. I know what I need to do, so feeling good about that. Dwight Phillips, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB, Dwight. Glad to have you aboard. Timing couldn't be any better. Mob, y'all know what to do. Show Dwight Phillips some love. Welcome to the squad, my man, Dwight. Dwight around your lip. All right. Going Commando. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy going Commando. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, rights. 2 weeks in a row without Baked Ziti. Congrats, Fuller. That's all I want. It's just acknowledgement that he's playing good football and he's capable of doing this. That's all. DJ23, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. DJ23 who writes, after tonight, Carson not starting next week. I don't think he would have won this game. I love TH telling the Pigeon fans to shut the F up and go home. I don't know. I don't think Carson was mentally strong enough to win this game. Again, the Eagles fans would have been on 20,000 had he been active for this game. That said, if Carson is protected, I don't know what he would or wouldn't do. I know this. He hasn't been mobile in Washington. That's been one of the most disappointing parts of his game, is the lack of mobility, because he was an athlete. He was even an athlete for the Colts last year. I don't really know what happened to him this year with the mobility, but it's not there. But if you protect Carson, I don't know if he would or wouldn't make this play or that throw or this or that. But there's just a certain level of fight and tenacity that Taylor Heineke brings that I think these players just get behind. You just can't replicate it. You know what I mean? Angus the Great, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB. Angus the Great. Mob, you know what to do. Welcome Angus the Great with open arms. So glad to have you. Welcome aboard, Angus. Welcome to the squad. CME HTTR, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. who writes, great win, Lou. B-Rob, big dog. Do things now. Let's keep this same energy for the rest of the season. I'm all about it. Like this little pocket, these 4 games in which Heineke has started, this team has created a belief amongst themselves. I think they've created more belief within the fan base. Like I expected us to be in this game. I did not expect us to win. I'm not going to sit here and act like I expected that. I did not predict a win, but I did predict this would be a competitive game. I was never worried. Remember back in the day, I would go into primetime games, don't embarrass us. That was usually the theme. I wasn't worried about it. I never thought the Eagles, 11-point underdogs, never thought we would lose this game by more than 4 points. And so, really, really hopeful that we can stay relatively healthy, knock on a little bit of wood there, and we can continue to play the kind of football that gives us a chance, because I've said this already. I said this when we were 1-4. I said this when we were 2-4, when we were 3-4 and 4-4. The conference is wide open. We just beat the quote unquote best team in the conference, in the league, in their building. The second best team in the conference, we should have beat them. We haven't played the third best team in the conference, which is the Giants. We haven't played, we played the Cowboys. We're going to play the 49ers. Like everything we want is in front of us. Just take care of business. That's what it boils down to. But I like what we've done, what we've established. Now it's about executing, taking care of business, winning the games you're supposed to, and winning some of the games that people don't think you're going to win. See if we can keep that same energy. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. If that's you, because this is a different thumbnail. I don't know if that was a part of the agreement that you said you would do, was change your thumbnail. I think you did say something about changing your thumbnail as well. Knock on wood for Gibby's ankles, Louie T, MD, PhD, PFW. I told everyone in the mob, I said, he's going to finish this game off of pure adrenaline. You see it with ankle injuries all the time. I'm not a doctor. I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn last night, but I've watched a lot of football. More football than probably most out there. So I've seen these things. And if you've played sports, you've sprained an ankle. Everyone's done it. Whether you play basketball, you play baseball or football, whatever, you've sprained an ankle. You know, when you first do it, it hurts like hell, but it really doesn't swell up on you unless it's a really bad ankle sprain where it swells up immediately. But you sprain it, adrenaline's flowing, the blood hasn't had a chance to sit, you're fine. As long as you keep moving around, you'll be able to finish that game. It's tomorrow when you go to sleep and you wake up and you look down and your foot is the size of, Sherman Clump. That's when you realize, oh shit, I'm in trouble. And it's just full of blood and fluid. And you can't even see your bone. You're like, oh, God. It's black and blue depending on how bad you've sprained it. That's when you know, okay, I'm in trouble. He'll be in trouble. And it's a short week. Again, I'm hoping I'm wrong about him and it wasn't as severe as I thought and he's fine. But the likelihood is he's going to miss some time with that ankle injury. We'll see. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. HTTC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, okay, Lou, question for you. Okay, now that the O-line is giving just enough time to do you start Wentzy over Heineke? That's the $1 million question for the staff, is now that Wentz or the offensive line has been stabilized and they're playing better football, is it safe to put Wentz back there and give him an opportunity? Does he give you a better chance to win than Taylor Heineke? I think most of us feel like the answer is no, because again, you still need mobility in this league. And the thing that I can't get past with Wentz is the lack of mobility, the lack of pocket presence, his inability to feel the rush, to step up, make a play, or just run. It isn't there anymore. I don't know how it disappeared in a year's time. It's not like he had a significant injury from last year with the Colts to now. He hasn't had a significant lower extremity injury. Okay. All of his major injuries were suffered in Philadelphia, and then he suffered some injuries in Indianapolis during the season last year, but he was still mobile. I don't know what happened, but he hasn't been mobile, and I think you need that. I think you need that moving forward. James Johnson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, it wasn't pretty, but when I saw it was Forrest tracking that ball, I was confident he was coming down with it. Balling. Yeah, it went right through his arms, into the arms of A.J. Brown, and then Juice hit A.J. Brown. The ball kind of caromed up a bit, and then Forrest somehow was able to just snatch it away and corral it. It was the weirdest interception that you'll see, but I ain't complaining. I was ecstatic when he came down with it. What a game by Derek Forrest. And somebody mentioned Juice having a good game, and I was kind of hesitant to give him credit. The more I think about some of the biggest plays in the game, the more I think about how involved Juice was involved in a lot of them. The A.J. Brown interception, Juice hits him, and that ball kind of caroms up because Juice hits him, and Forrest is the benefactor of that. He's the beneficiary. The fumble by Quez Watkins, it's Benjamin St. Juice that hits him, that jars the ball free. So, the more I think about some of these big plays, the more Benjamin St. Juice is involved. So he actually had a really solid game when it's all said and done. Christina Fleming, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB. Christina, Mob, y'all know what to do. Show Christina Fleming some love. Welcome her in with open arms. We got a nice group of females that represent the MOBB with the utmost class and respect. Want to welcome you in. Love when the females come in and give the group more depth. All right. So Christina, welcome to the squad. So glad to have you on board. Okie Boys Mining, welcome to the squad. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, howdy from Southeast Oklahoma. Yes, sir. Proud to see the boys step up. It would be nice to see Gibby and B-Rob in the backfield together more often. Hope Taylor is named starter over Wentz. Peace, Lou. Glad to hear from you. Thank you for joining the MOBB. I agree. I'd like to see more. I think the more we see Curtis Samuel in the backfield with whomever's in the game, whether it's B-Rob or Gibby, I just think that's a good mix. Curtis Samuel took a snap, a direct snap tonight from quarterback. So I guess you call that the Wildcat. Faked it on a pitch and took it around the corner. And that should have been a much bigger gain if John Bates. I will not let that go. If he blocks Hassan Reddick, who made the tackle, that thing had a chance to be a huge gain. When I see it on the All-22s, I might feel differently. But watching it live, I thought it had a chance to pop, and he just didn't block anybody. I hope they look. Ron has put it off, and rightfully so. He did not have to answer this, but now the time has come. Wentz is eligible to be activated or start his 21-day clock. What are you going to do? I hope they go with Taylor, but I would not be shocked if they went back to Wentz. And Heineke's handled that situation with the class that we expect from him. But deep down inside, he wants to keep playing. And I think he's earned the right. D. Moore, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. D. Moore writes, Eagles gave us a gift we happily accepted. Absolutely. I told you, this is the season of giving, and we need to be thankful. Give thanks. The Eagles blessed us. Give thanks. Now, this wasn't like the Bears game, where the Bears literally gave us the game. We took this from the Eagles, but they also said, bro, take this. And we said, yeah, we was going to take it anyway, but thank you. We appreciate it. Commander Optimistic 5-5. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Ron got the game ball and started crying. Tagged you. I saw it on my wall, so I'm definitely gonna indulge in all of that. Suck it up when this is all said and done. I'm definitely going to bask in all of that and take it all in. This is a big win, and one that nobody thought we was going to get. And I told you the disrespect was real. We were being overlooked. Eagles fans tried to convince me, no, Sirianni tells the players we got to go 1-0 every week, and in order to do that, you got to respect your opponent. I'm like, we'll see. Y'all don't respect us. I know y'all don't, because of what y'all did. If y'all hadn't played us in week 3, y'all would have treated us like everybody else, and you would have respected us. But because you dogged us at FedEx, and the way you dogged us and dominated us in that game, there was no respect. You were 8-0, and you thinking, oh shit, here they come again. Oh yeah, we ain't looking at them. We looking past them. Indy's next. We'll go there and we'll do them, and then we're gonna start to get to some of these teams like the Giants and the Cowboys again. Yeah, we ready. Oh, but you forgot about us, the team that's staring you right in your face. So I'm glad we was able to do those, boys. I'm glad Ron got a game ball and got choked up. I wanted it last week. I got it this week. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, number 4 be playing 3 flags up sometimes, man. I swear. Hey, it ain't always pretty with 4, man. And like I told you, you go through every stage with him. All right, non-alcoholic, light, and ultra. You know, you just hope you get more ultra than anything else. You try to stay away from the non-alcoholic, but eventually you're going to get it because he's thrown a pick in every single game. He added a fumble in this game, but again, I don't put that on his plate. I don't charge that to his account. Put that on the Charles Leno Jr. account. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, Lou, 12-5 still on the table. Not saying, just saying. I'm staying away from that. You know what my prediction was, but I always throw this out there. But look, if we had done what we were supposed to do against Tennessee and Minnesota, I would really be on that train. But I said this about Ron in his 3rd year in Carolina. They started the season off 1-3. They proceeded to win their final 11 out of 12 games and went 12-4. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying, but no, we're not. 12-5 it's out of the question. But until we lose that 6th game, it's technically still on the table. But anything's possible, man. Again, one game at a time. One game at a time. We got this one. This was a huge win. You need to take this energy in this life that you've created, bottle it up, take it to Houston, and take that and don't allow for the letdown. Everything that we did tonight can be undone in 1 week if we don't do what we need to do. So this is a huge one against Houston. It's massive. Going Commando, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Going Commando writes, I'll give Ron and company one thing. They can draft strong safeties. First Cam Curl, Now Defoe. Sheesh. St. Juice is starting to look like one of the better starting corners. We got something in Juice. I wasn't the biggest Juice fan, if you recall. He still irks me by not looking back for the football. He would have had a pick tonight. That didn't have to be PI. I didn't love the call, first and foremost, but he did try to look back, but like over his shoulder. It was a half heart, which is why I think he got. Had he turned around and located the ball, he would not have been flagged, and he might have had a chance to pick the ball, literally hit him in his arm. It's the same shit I said the first time we played Hurts. We would have had 3 picks if guys, Juice was one of them. Just turn around. Two of the passes that I thought could have been picked off in the first game were Juice opportunities on PBUs that he had, that if he just turn around and locate football instead of playing the man, you got a chance. But that technique is taught. If you think you're beat or you're in trail technique and you don't have enough time, you don't turn around, you just play the man. As he puts his hand up, you put yours up. I just like the better corners in the league, they turn and find the football. Because that's how you make plays. You locate ball. That secondary, they're playing so much better, though. We're a different ball club. Atypical brother. Man, it's been a while. Atypical brother. It's been a while. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Wrights. What's up, Lou? A little late to the party. Is Wentz officially benched? I think yes. What do you think? We're going to see, man. I don't put anything past this group, as I mentioned. It's hard to ignore what Heineke has done and how this team has rallied behind him. It's hard to ignore that. But in the same breath, they went and got Wentz for a reason. And again, if you want to validate making the move, you got to put him in. The only way to validate it is for him to play. And Wentz really didn't get a fair shot. He really didn't get a fair shot, the first go round. And now that the offensive line has been somewhat stabilized, maybe they think to themselves, we think this guy gives us a better chance. He's got a better grasp of the offense now that he's sat and watched. We put him back in there, and this guy could take this offense to the next level. They could be thinking that. Heineke's cool, but Heineke, there's only so much he can do. You stick Wentz in there, and he could be the guy that changes everything. While the upside is greater, we've all acknowledged that, there's just something about Heineke that Wentz doesn't have. And the mobility is the big part for me. I truly think this win changed their minds. I think before this game, they were going to go back to Carson Wentz. I think after this game, and again, I got to see how he played. He wasn't good. Heineke was not good against Minnesota. If you go back and watch and he's not good again, but he got it done, maybe they go back to Wentz. But I thought, unlike the Vikings game where I really walked away from that game thinking Heineke didn't play all that great, but it was way worse after watching the film. Even you heard Troy Aikman say, and he left a lot of stuff on the field. He missed open targets. He didn't throw the ball. Like, he was indecisive. I'd never seen him that indecisive before. In this game, I thought he was much more decisive. He saw where to go with the football and he cut it loose. I don't think, even after watching the film, there are going to be plays where he wants back. Obviously, the interception he threw, there are going to be some, plays where I'm like, you could have, done something different with that. But all in all, I think I'm going to have the same feeling after watching the film that I had watching the game. That was a gutsy performance. He played well enough to give us a chance to win, and that's what I wanted to see him do on the road against Philadelphia. I think he's the starter. I do. But again, I wouldn't put anything past this staff for all the reasons I've mentioned, most notably that the offensive line has been stabilized and they want to give Wentz a fair shot. I put it at 55-45 Heineke. Rocky D. Stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB mob. Y'all know what to do. Show Rocky D some love. Welcome him with open arms to the MOBB. No time like the present to be a member of this squad. Welcome, Rocky D to the squad. Welcome aboard. Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. OG, triple OG, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, Lou, Chauncey, can we admit this team is turning the corner? We'll see. I'm still not 100% convinced. Let's see what we do against Houston. That'll be a huge. These next 2 games are huge because we still haven't gotten over 500 since week 1. All right, we beat the Jags, and then we proceeded to lose 4 straight. We had an opportunity to get over 500 against the Vikings. We blew it. We're back to 500 again. We got an opportunity to get over 500 against Houston. I want to see what they do, because the old Washington, teams of the past, they go to Houston, they lay a fat, nasty egg. We lose a game. We got no business losing, and it's same old Washington. You're pissed off. Fire everybody. You've seen the movie before. Be kind, rewind. If they're truly turning the corner, you go to Houston, you take care of business, you come home, you do the same to Atlanta, and then you set up a massive NFC East matchup in Week 13 versus the New York Giants in the Meadowlands. No telling what the Giants' record is at that juncture. I'd like to think that they'll have at least 1 or 2 more losses under their belt by then, but who knows? I don't know their schedule to see who they'd be playing and what they have in front of them. But whatever the case may be, if we're 7-5, we already know they're going to be better than us record-wise by then. It's a massive game. Then we can talk about turning the corner if you do those things. But I got to see it first. Again, I can't help it. I've been a fan too long. I've seen this before. This feels different. But I still need to see it. Frankie, yo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Taylor 10-9 as a starter is the only stat I need to see from him to be the guy the rest of the year. He might not be great, but he makes others better. I think that's a big stat for myself. Winning is everything. And he's done that more than any other quarterback in the last decade, not named Alex Smith here in Washington. I think I heard he was 11-5 tonight with Washington, was Alex Smith, which we know that's what Alex Smith did in his career, everywhere he's been. Tail end of San Francisco, all he did was win in Kansas City, and he came to Washington, and he started off like gangbusters before the injury, came back from the injury, and won with us again. So big ups to Alex Smith, but Heineke has been the most consistent starter we've had, not named Alex Smith. And we've had a laundry list of guys that have started since Kirk Cousins has left. Heineke's been the most consistent, which means I'm not telling you much about our quarterback position. It says everything about how inconsistent we've been. B-Ball God, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Ford's best throw was the throwaway after the high snap. Facts. I won't call it his best throw. The throw to Terry was his best throw. I think that was his best play. Okay, there's a difference. His best throw of the night was to Terry for the 41-yarder. I mean, that's Aaron Rodgers, that's Patrick Mahomes, that's Justin Herbert. That was pinpoint accuracy. It looked just like the one he threw against the Packers, right over the shoulder. You can't defend that. That's the perfect pass. Up the field, outside shoulder, that red line we talk about, the imaginary red line, give that quarterback an opportunity to throw it over the outside shoulder. Can't do it much better than Heineke did it there. But the best play of the night from Heineke was him going and retrieving that snap and throwing it out of bounds, without a doubt. I mean, again, He saved the possession. We later ultimately scored a touchdown to take the lead. I mean, that's massive. That drive is dead. And not only is the drive dead, if he's flagged for intentional grounding or he can't pick the ball up cleanly and say some disaster happens where the Eagles fall on it or he's got to fall on it himself, now you've flipped the field position in the wrong way, and now the Eagles are going to get great field position out of this. So this is a massive play in the game. Rocky D, welcome to the squad. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Says, I'm an ODU alum, so I'm biased towards Taylor. I am an ODU alum as well, so I'm rooting for Taylor, but I can separate my fandom for Taylor and him going to my alma mater and understand what this team needs. But I've said this, Taylor is one of the best backup quarterbacks in this league. I'll die on that hill. He says, did you go to ODU? I did. He says, by the way, check the post-game celebration in the locker room. Ron says his mom would have been proud. I can't wait to watch it. That's the kind of stuff that gives me goosebumps. I said I could visualize it. I told you guys that going into the Vikings game when we learned about Ron's mom's passing. So I can only imagine the emotions in that locker room. Again, this gave me Steelers vibes. I woke up feeling that way, and I'm glad that the fellas were able to deliver. Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. OG, triple OG. My guy Chauncey Davis writes, John Masco, the magician. Haven't heard John Masco's name in a while with the offensive line struggles. We just assumed Masco could throw any 5 guys out there and he'd get them to work. Well, what we didn't account for was the stability inside. The center position, I've said this, I've long said this. Outside of the tackles, the center position is the most important position on the offensive line. And you could argue that center is more important than tackle, but I think tackles, as we saw tonight, you get a garbage tackle or a bad set by a tackle. Leno didn't have any issues the rest of the night. He had one bad set. But he seems to struggle against Josh Sweat. But you have one bad pass set as a tackle, and it's lights out. Center is the nervous system of the offensive line. You set protections, got to snap the ball, and your job is to stop the defensive line in particular, from collapsing the pocket. Your ability to help if you don't have anyone to block as a center, or having to snap the ball and then anchor down, is massive to success. And not having a true center in there killed us in that stretch where there was no Chase Roulier after week 2 to, the bridging the gap until Tyler Larson was healthy enough to go, coming off of IR. Him playing tonight was massive. It was huge. I can't state that enough. So Matsko deserves a lot of credit. Cornelius Lucas played again tonight. We did see more Sam Cosmi tonight, but it was still Cornelius Lucas at right tackle. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if his hand is still not fully healed yet, or if they're just going with the guy that they feel like is giving them the hot hand right now. I don't really know what they're doing at right tackle, but Matsko got it. He's gotten it done again. He did it again. They're still not a dominant group, but it's a far cry from where we were the first time we played the Eagles. That's for sure. T Wise, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. T Wise writes, let's effing go HTTR, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Hell yeah. Or as a wise man once said, hell yes. HTTR, baby. Indeed. Joe Rockhead J. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, shake and bake them birds. Shake and bake. Oh, man. Man, it feels good. Feels good, feels good, feels good. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. As always, Big Money Sonny writes, you already know, Lou. Let's get it. Yes, sir. Let's get it indeed. All right. Jamal Hamlin. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jamal writes, Lou, B-Rod was like, I ain't never scared. Give me the rock. I loved it. When he scored the touchdown, he opened up the chest to show him, hey, I'm that dude. I mean, it was great, man. He was running that thing tonight. Big time. Running that thing big time. Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. OG Triple OG writes, Hampton Boulevard Bully /TH. I've heard that name thrown out there before. For those of you unaware, not from the 757, Hampton Boulevard is where the Old Dominion University campus is located. Hence, Taylor Heineke, a.k.a. Hampton Boulevard Bully. I can't knock the hustle on that one. I can't. Nick Caps, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Nick Caps, who writes, a win on Monday Night Football changes the narrative. Maybe. What this effectively has done is it shows the rest of the league that top to bottom, the NFC East ain't no bitch. Because it's easy to dismiss us. Man, Dallas is tough. The Giants are playing ball, and the Eagles are undefeated. Oh, and then there's Washington too. Like we're an afterthought. Now you got to add us in that conversation. Should have beat Minnesota. Should have beat Tennessee. Easily could be 7-3. And again, on the flip side, that easily could have lost to Chicago. Easily could have lost to Green Bay. You could have lost. Easily should have lost to the Indianapolis Colts. You could flip it on its head. So you don't want to get too carried away. Okay, 5-5 is probably right where we're supposed to be when it's all said and done. Now it's what we do from here on out that's going to matter. Got to 5-5. You've cleaned the slate. You're back to 500. Okay, 10 games in the books, 7 to go. What are you going to do down the stretch? And the beauty is, if we can find a way to play competent ball these next 3 weeks, all you're really looking for is 2 out of 3. You'd love to get all 3 of them, but all you're looking for is 2 out of 3 these next 3 games, right? You can win all 3 though, but you're just looking for 2 out of 3 to get you to 7-6, and then you got a bye week. Think about that. You get to recharge the battery and come back for the final 4 games of the season. We sitting pretty if we can stay relatively healthy. We're going to get guys back eventually. You're going to get some rest. You're going to get guys away from football for a week, recharge the battery, and then you come back for the stretch run. That's some Tampa Bay Buccaneers shit when they won the Super Bowl. That's not where we at. We don't have Tom Brady. I'm just telling you, that's what they did. They had this late-ass bye. They weren't playing, great football. They came back after the bye, and they started smoking teams, scoring points, gaining confidence. They parlayed that into a chip. That is not what I'm saying we're going to do. I'm just telling you we're in a great position if we can take care of business. This win propels you to a level of confidence that should take you to, at a bare minimum, 7 wins into your bye week. I'd love it to be 8. But one at a time. The Texans are next up on the docket. Take care of business. This win changes the narrative in this regard. Washington is a part of that division that's the best in football. Don't leave us out. That's what we did tonight. Don't leave us out of that conversation. Jamal Hamlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jamal Hamlin, right? Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Right. So, Lou, when we stop our morning brief in Combat Zone to watch the end of this game, You know it's on. Even the Cowgirls fans were happy. Everybody wanted us to win. I think the entire NFC was rooting for us. Vikings fans, I have Vikings fans hit me up in my DM like, bro, we need y'all to take these boys down tonight. We rooting for y'all. All right, everybody had their own agendas. They're not rooting for Washington because they like Washington. They're rooting for us because we're playing the number one team in the conference, and everyone wanted to see the Eagles no longer be undefeated. Mission accomplished. So glad we could help everybody else out as well. All right. Jason Rogers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, my guy, Uncle Jay. Right. Lou with the Last Dragon reference. Somebody got it. Somebody got it. You got that glow. Somebody got it. Some of y'all too young, right over your head. And that's okay. But honestly, I don't give a shit how old you are. You need to go back. That's one of those movies that you got to go back and watch. We can't talk if you haven't seen that movie. I don't give a shit if you're 12. Go back and watch The Last Dragon. Okay? Anyway, glad somebody got that. Shout out to my guy, Uncle Jay. Chris Devers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy, CD Pops, right? I said thanks. Yeah, you said thanks, but then you threw in a little shot at the end. Y'all ain't gonna do that to us, though. You couldn't just say thanks. You had to make sure we knew, hey, y'all ain't beating us, though. He says, but this is Dak's division. Can't wait to beat you all again. This is Dallas division. Watch. See, that's why I had to skip over your thanks. And I appreciate that. All right. But you went straight to the shits. I ain't got no issues with that. I can respect that. But again, I had to dismiss it because y'all all the way in week 18. I can't even see that far. I get on my wife all the time for trying to talk to me about shit that's happening 2 weeks from now. Hey, I don't have the mental capacity nor the space. Okay. I don't have the hard drive to think about some shit that's in late December into January. I'm in November, man. So I can't even do that with you. But I will tell you this. We're trending in the right direction. And I'd love to see you guys later with something on the line. And you may not have anything to play for. I hope you do. Not today. I'm busy. Love the name. Welcome to the MOBB. Thank you for the super chat. Who writes, TH is this regime's Rex Grossman. He will turn it over a couple of times every game. He has those types of qualities, but he's different from Rex in the sense that he can move. Rex couldn't. And Rex was a winner in Chicago. Rex wasn't a winner in Washington. I think, and Rex had a big arm. You know, Rex could throw the deep ball to Bernard Berrien and guys like that in Chicago. That's not Taylor's thing, but I could see the comparison there. Absolutely. I could see it a little bit. Excuse me. Nicholas Denson. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Nicholas Denson, writes, Ron crying in the speech gave me chills, man. Amazing. I know it did. I'm going to feel the same way when I watch it. I'm going to feel the exact same way when I watch it. He deserves it, man. I'm happy for him. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, happy birthday, Devontae Smith. Yeah. I hope that was a great gift. You got a touchdown for the second consecutive year on your birthday. I think they said that he's the only NFL player in history to do that. Good for him. Good for him. Take this L with your birthday. Hope the touchdown was satisfactory. Take this L with you, though. Let's see. 1,800 shots Shots. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, a front-running ass Eagles couldn't get over a little adversity. Scared customers at work. Every scary Terry Nuke. He is him. I've been saying this all year. This goes back to the beginning of the season. I just want to see the Eagles have game pressure. That's all. I've been saying this. It's okay to be a front runner, but at some point, game pressure is going to be applied. What will you do when it hits? That's all I wanted to see. You know, they had a little bit of it against Detroit. They handled that. They had a little bit against Jacksonville. They handled that. But they hadn't trailed in the second half of any game. So there was game pressure, but it wasn't, oh shit, we behind. How do we, make adjustments? You're down 2 scores in the second half of this game. It's some real game pressure we're talking about. They responded. They scored a touchdown. They didn't score any more points after that, though. I loved it. Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? John Allen said Jamin called the defense. That's growth. Oh, that's interesting. If he had the green dot, I just assumed it was either Cam Curl or John Bostic that called the defense. I know Curl had gotten it the first game that Cole was out. It'd be interesting if Jamin Davis had the green dot. He did play middle linebacker last year, but that's asking a lot of a second-year linebacker to get guys lined up, to call the plays. If that's the case, that is impressive. Very much so. Take Command for Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take Command for Life writes, this is for the 10 analyzers who said we'd lose. So these are for the 10 talking heads that said we'd lose. I'm not mad at them. The Eagles were 8-0. We were 4-5. I'm not mad at them for thinking we were going to lose the game. Just more fuel added to the fire. More motivation for us to find a way to help take care of business. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, been talking mad trash today, Lou. Division game at its finest. Much love, but here, Alex, where Alex at? Let's keep this joint going, Lou. Alex ain't showing up tonight, and it'll be a little while. And when he comes back, y'all be nice to Alex. When he comes back, y'all treat Alex with some respect. Respectfully be petty, okay? Don't be overtly petty and run him out of the chat, okay? Behave yourselves, but be respectfully petty, okay? Alex been throwing little pop shots, Alex always got some little smart shit to say, so let him know, but do it in a way where he sticks around. Y'all been real mean to Alex sometimes. Alex is a good dude. Okay. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, salutes to the mob and salutes to the mother effing Cherry Squad, because we hold it down. Luck, Mega, Metaphor, Soul Ninja X, and Kondo. We rock, y'all. Great dub. Indeed. Couldn't have said it better myself. I second that statement. My name is Louie T, and I endorse that statement right there. All right. Thank you for that. Gear Cell 1. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. It's been a while, Gear Cell 1, feels like. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, what's up, Lou? What's up, Gear Cell? Glad we got the big win tonight. I felt we would win after I saw Sirianni wearing eggplant yoga pants with Timberlands before the game. Tragic. The advice that we would always get. So first of all, are those 6-inchers or are those field boots? I'll let the field boots slide. If they're 6-inchers, we got problems. Not with the eggplant yoga hot pants, right? Yoga pants. No, we can't let that slide. The field boots, we might be able to compromise on those, especially if there's some beef and Broncos. All right. Can't let them slide on the 6 inches. That's nasty. Okay. That's real nasty. Big Money Sonny, my guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, they mad scared of Terry. I'm sitting with Eagles fans that have been talking trash. We earned this one. We did. Put it on their ass. I mean, you should have seen how hype I was when that final fumble was scooped up and Casey Tuhill gets in and he does the most garbage gritty we've seen since Mike Gesicki. And I was glad they just grabbed him like, bro, don't even, we just going to stop you right here. We just going to stop you. It's enough. I got up, yelled, hit the Jordan, hit a couple of less goals. And then I had to compose myself because I'm like, bro, you got shit you got to do. But yeah, we earned this. They didn't give us anything. The refs didn't give us nothing. Don't let anybody try to rain on your parade tomorrow. Don't let anybody try to tell you or diminish this win. Again, if they start talking that shit, go get the pack and say, let me get one of them slays. Let me get a slay. Let me get a slay sluggo. And light that bitch up and say, you were saying, and blow the smoke in their face. I ain't trying to hear that shit. K-Mines 3. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, big ups to the podcast, Lou. Great dub today. If it wasn't for the calls, do we take this dub? Hard to say. Hard to say. If Brandon Graham doesn't commit that foolish penalty, do we hold on and win this game, or does Jalen Hurts get his first come from behind victory, game-winning drive of his career? I don't know. I'm glad we didn't get to find out. I'm glad we didn't get to find out. If they call that face mask penalty and it's not a fumble and they get the 15 yards tacked on, and do they go down and score a touchdown and take the lead? I don't know. Glad we didn't get to find out. I mean, you can say the same thing for the pass interference they called. Both of them. They caught one on Juice, then they caught one on John Dotson. Do they score a touchdown on that drive? I don't know. Without it, guess we'll never know. Do we do anything with that drive? Because remember, that was to put the game away. We get that first down with that catch to Curtis Samuel down the sideline. Now it's under 4 minutes in the game, and the Eagles have to start calling their timeouts. Now you're getting close to field goal range. There's a lot of shit that was happening there, and that penalty negated it. But we'll never know. It doesn't matter. We won. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, where the F is Alex tonight? The F out of here. He's not coming tonight. I know Alex. He won't show up tonight. He'll be back. It'll take a little while, but he'll be back. It won't be tonight. Chris T, and he probably knows it's not safe tonight. It's probably in his best interest to not show up tonight. Some Eagles fans can show up because they've talked less shit. Others know probably not my scene tonight. So I'll do my best to try to seek some of them out. See what they got to say for themselves. Chris T, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Chris T writes, yeah, Lou, Ron got a game ball. Very emotional. Can't wait to watch. Cannot wait to watch. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. As always, my guy, Big Money Sonny writes, we got that dub, Lou. Yes. Dubski. We rocked them today. We did that. We did that. No officials. We did that. Indeed. All right. Burger the Butcher. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Burger the Butcher writes, Scott had some extra time to game plan again. LOL. I've already said it like 2 or 3 times tonight. Y'all know how I feel about that. I already told y'all I was expecting him to be on some of his best behavior tonight. You saw what the end result was. Now, here's the real test. Shorter week. Not even a regular work week. Shorter week on the road at Houston. Let's see what he does. Mr. HTTR, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, just finished watching Lord Brunson blaming everybody but his team for the L. It brought me so much joy. LOL. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I may have to go check that out. I may have to check that video out because I know he was crying. I know he was blaming everybody, blaming the refs, everything but his team not stepping up and rising to the challenge, not handling the game pressure that I've been talking about. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, is it K80 tick or chaotic? I told y'all I'm literal. I've called this man K80 tick for the last 2 months, and he hasn't corrected me yet. He hasn't once said, hey, Lou, by the way, it's chaotic. You might be right. I told y'all I'm literal. You know, when I saw Black's name for the first time, you know what I used to call him? 6 Lack. Okay? I called him 6 Lack for a very long time until I heard him say, my name is actually Black. Well, it would help if you didn't put a 6 in front of the word lack, trying to be creative and, you know, spell black differently, make it look different. I'm literal. You want me to get it right? You got to tell me. Okay? So, not really creative when it comes. The only time I actually sit and think about what is being said or trying to be conveyed is when I'm behind somebody and I look at a license plates. That's when I get creative and I start to put shit together. You give me a name on YouTube and I'm going through these things quickly. Sometimes it may, you know, catch me and I may actually, yeah, creative, clever. Most of the time, I'm just going to read this shit the way it is. Might be chaotic. You might be on to something. Until he tells me otherwise, it's K80 tick. Chaotic sounds a lot better, though, I must say. That's probably what it is. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Ron said, my mom would have been proud. Love it. Love it. All right. Let's see. Leno Ryan Benvenite. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, celebrate. Cheers to the squad. Indeed. Indeed. Cheers to the squad. Feels good. Feels good. Feels good. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, best Monday in a minute, Lou. So let's see. We've had Victory Monday. We've had Victory Friday. Now let's add Victory Tuesday to the mix. We may even get a Saturday game in here this year because remember that Giants game can be flexed to Saturday just depending on the importance of that game. So I'm all for it. We've had a Victory Friday. We've had a Victory Monday, of course, and now we're going to have a Victory Tuesday. This one is going to be quick, though. We're going to have to turn it around quickly because we got a game on Sunday, but we're definitely going to enjoy this one tomorrow. You best believe, you bet your ass we're going to enjoy this one for sure. DJ23, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we finally scored 20 in the first half. Hell, look, we were just trying to score 20 in the game. We scored it in the first half. That was amazing in itself. I was just looking to score 20 in the game. let alone 20 in the first half. We know this is not Lord Brunson. I know this for a fact. But anyway, I'll indulge. Lord Brunson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I don't know how to say this. Y'all got it, Lou. I don't know what to say, but you know exactly what y'all. One, don't front, Lou. All of you know exactly why. I don't think that's Lord Brunson. I'm not buying that. There's too many trolls around here. But I'll see him. There's no running. There's no ducking. There's no hiding. We'll have a chance to converse. And we'll talk. I've already sent them a message. There'll be more messages on socials. I'm not a big IG guy. I'll be active on IG this week. Something tells me I will. So we'll see. Leno Ryan Benvenite, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up who writes. Double up for the dub, damn it. Celebrate. Y'all heard the man. Celebrate. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes. My homeboys from Philly, quiet as F. I love it. I remember you told me you in Cali, a lot of Eagles fans out there. So this is really big for you. This feels great. I can only imagine. They probably as quiet as it was in the link, after we took that 9-point lead, 23-14. Probably as quiet as it was. Boy, you can hear a pin drop after we took that 9-point lead. All right. Red House, not Roadhouse. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red House, not Roadhouse writes. He says, it is the end days when even Bostic is making plays. LOL. Bostic wasn't terrible. I've said this every game he's played since Cole Holcomb has been out. And he's played in the last 2. He didn't play in the Colts game because we still had a glob of mayo. But he played last week against the Vikings. He played again this week. And he wasn't terrible in either game. He wasn't terrible in either game. But he's John Bostic. So there's limitations to his game. All right. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, John Perez. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, writes. America won today. You're welcome, folks. Hashtag America. I don't know about America winning today, but we definitely, the league felt like, especially the NFC felt like they won today. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Y'all see what he's on. Y'all see what he on. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, Cherry Squad. I'm a hype, Lou. Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know what it is. Hunter Hodovic, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Hunter Hodovic writes, T, I'm bringing it home. Let's go. Bring it on home, boy. Bring it on home. Let's go, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Good job, Hunter. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, next time I give a membership, we will do this in the Cherry Squad, Lou. I'm working on a lot of stuff. So stay tuned for that, man. I love the community you guys have created with the Cherry Squad. It's super dope. It's gotten bigger than I ever imagined, and I can't wait to actually get in there and chop it up with y'all. I know it seems like I always say that, but eventually I'm gonna have some time to get in there and chop it up with y'all. I'm still gonna, hold you to what you said, which is you'll help me, you'll walk me through how to work the shit, because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Take Command for Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take Command for Life writes, can Sonny just buy the team? Hey, I don't know. I got to talk to Big Money Sonny, man. You know, Sonny lives up to his name. Y'all know that. Duncan Wright, my guy Duncan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Mike, Duncan, and there was one more Eagles fan, my guy. Philly fan, 34. All of y'all, mad respect. Duncan Wright writes, you guys really gonna stay up all night celebrating our loss? You guys are all cold, man. Of course we are. Are you kidding me? Hell yeah, we were 11-point underdogs. You got no respect. You damn right. We gonna celebrate. We dancing in the streets. Shake it, warrior. All right. Rocky D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Rocky D, who writes, by the way, when is the next super fan meetup? Did Brunson reach out to you? If he did, what did he say? No, he didn't reach out to me. So what I asked the fellas was every 6 weeks I wanted to do it. It breaks the season up into thirds since there's 18 weeks. We did it right after week 6 going into week 7. We'll probably do it again after week 12 going into 13. So we'll be playing the Giants that week, if I'm not mistaken. So it'll be somewhere in there, and then we'll do it again at the very end of the season going in towards the playoffs. So, end of the season. So it'll be in that general vicinity. It doesn't necessarily have to be every 6 weeks, but it's going to be in that kind of, I think it does a great job of breaking up the season in thirds. So it'll be somewhere in that window is the next time we'll get together. So I'll let you guys know. I'll reach out to them here shortly, because before you know it, we'll be heading into week 12, 13 range. Shit, we're heading into 11 this week. So it'll be here before you know it. So it'll be soon. It'll be soon. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, got a shout out. He says, got a shout, especially against Philly. Y'all, we got that dub in Philly. NFC East football at its finest, and we won offensively and defensively. I like what we got. That's a far cry from you talking about Heineke and how trash he was just like 3 weeks ago. Okay? It's a far cry. But beating the Eagles is a far cry from beating the Bears, Packers when they were struggling, and the Colts. So I get it. And this was a big one. It was a big one. All right. Got a super here from Sonny Rawson. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Sonny Rawson. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. Scott Turner had more time to prepare. Deja vu, Lou. Hey. Y'all keep saying it, not me, but y'all know where I stand on that. Okay. Y'all know exactly where I stand on that. Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Joe Rockhead J writes, doing the pocket knife like Martin. I'm gonna tell you what my Martin spirit was today. My Martin spirit was the New Jack City episode when he was looking for his CD player. That was my energy. Sit your $5 ass down before I make change. That was my energy. with the Eagles. Aubrey44, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Aubrey44 writes, is this our identity / formula for success? Hell, I know a lot of people would like it to be. Again, I've already stated this multiple times. I don't think it's sustainable. I don't think this is something you can count on. Getting 4 turnovers, running it 50 times. I don't think that's a sustainable. Winning time of possession 2-1. 12 of 19 on third downs. Are you kidding me? That shit isn't sustainable. I think there could be games where you can do that and have success, but I don't think you can do that week in and week out. We're not the Tennessee Titans. We're not the Cleveland Browns. That's not who we are. That's not who our offensive coordinator is. I don't think this is the formula for success. I think it was the formula for success in this particular game. But I don't think that'll be what we do every single week. And you know what? I don't want that to be what we do every single week, because there'll be some teams that are stout against the run, and running the ball 50 times will be like banging your head against the brick wall, and you running it twice on first and second down isn't going to result in 3rd and 4, 3, 2, or 1. It's going to result in 3rd and 8 or 9, which doesn't make any sense. So you can't do this every week. We had the right opponent that had a big guy in the middle of their defense that is stout, and Jordan Davis out, and we took advantage of it. You can't do this every single week. And it's not who we are, to be honest with you. So no, I don't think it's our identity. Could it be a formula for success in certain weeks? Sure. Next week against the Texans, it could be. They struggle to stop the run. I don't know if it will be or not. But I don't think it can be consistently. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, I think we just had the best practice week. Let's build on this. Maybe. I mean, Ron took a little bit off of them, and then the inclement weather forced them inside. And so I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not. I think these guys really play for one another. And all of the noise outside of the building with ownership and things going on, Ron losing his mom, I think it really rallied them together. All right. Let's see. Got a super here from Fat American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I don't need style points in a win. Rather demoralize and beat up the opponents and give them a slow death, just how I like my dubs. Give me some more of that. I mean, I told you I don't give a shit how they look. I don't care if we win 17-15, 17-16, 20-17. I don't care how it looks. 12-7. Y'all, a lot of y'all were trying to give back the Bears win when we won. Oh man, I don't feel like we won today. Bullshit. I'll take it. You ain't gonna make me feel bad about 12-7. Shit, not me. So I don't give a damn how it looks. I'm not one of those guys that's big on style points. I told you this ain't college football. You know, I just want to win. I just want to have one more point than the opposition, and I want to make sure that we're putting another brick in the left-hand column when it's all said and done. That's it. So if that's how they want to do it, sign me up. That's how they did it last year when we went on the 4-game win streak. We ran the football. But again, I just don't think that's who we are. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Fat American writes, haven't changed my internet since 2005. Tomorrow that changes. I'm dropping AOL dial-up and switching to Xfinity 2022 high-speed internet. I refuse to believe that you had AOL dial-up. Dude, I don't even know if that still exists. That's funny, though. 2005, boy. You in 2005. I can't with you, man. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, writes, Saquon ran the rock 35 times this week. We ran the rock as well. Old school NFC East. Let's get it. The Texans are that type of team. Derrick Henry ran for over 200 yards on them. Saquon ran it a ton this past week. That's the formula to beating the Texans. It's just beat them up on the ground. But They play cover 2. If you know how to attack cover 2, you're going to have some opportunities. Big holes. F. Altus, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. F. Altus writes, let's just admit TH4 is the man. Smart football all night. No ish about the interception from y'all after Josh and Kirk threw up ducks last night. TH4 iced out. Let's effing go. I got no complaints about how we achieved the victory. I do have issues with that interception and that decision. I'm not he's got a lame duck arm. I'm not that guy. We know his arm strength isn't the greatest. I'm past that, okay? I'm more concerned with the decision on that play to throw it into double coverage, not looking off the safety, staring Terry down, taking the safety right over there, and then throwing it into double coverage, which you had already done once earlier in the night and barely gotten away with it. You do it again, and this time you get picked off when you got Curtis Samuel over the middle of the football field. Like, you're supposed to put that safety in conflict. With Curtis running a seam route and Terry running a 9 route up the sideline, you got to put that safety in conflict. You got a 2-on-1 fast break, and you're not utilizing it correctly. That's the problem I have. Not that, he's got a pop gum arm and all that stuff. That doesn't bother me. Make the right decision. That's what I care about. 1,800 shots. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I super chatted too early last time, Lou, but F it. It's good. It's a good day, my guy. Can I get a double up? Oh, we already read your first one. Double up. We already read your first one. That's your second one. We own it. We own it, baby. We own it. F. Altus, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. F. Altus writes, Monday Night Massacre successfully avenged. I guess, I mean, it's been so long since that took place, that Monday Night Massacre. It's never too late to right a wrong. We do know that. But this feels good. I mean, it wasn't an ass kicking, but it was us going into their house like they went into our house and beating them. So it feels good. If you want to charge this to that account, knock yourself out. I won't stop you. I won't stop you at all. F. Altus, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, F. Altus writes, Gibby needs to learn how to get out of bounds, man. Be mad when you need be mean when you need the sideline, G. His play IQ and his balance on rushes is questionable. When did he need to get out of bounds? I'm lost on that one. I didn't think he had a situation where he needed to get out of bounds. The play he got hurt on, he was running towards the sidelines, didn't quite make it. There's been, times where we question him. One game, I think it was the Panthers game last year, where he fumbled. He did run out of bounds. He needed to stay in bounds, but I think he's gotten better with his football IQ, switching ball hands and things of that nature. I think he's gotten a lot better with all of that stuff. Balance on rushes. I haven't had any issues with him falling down like J.D. McKissick this year. There was an issue with that at times before. I think he's been a lot better with his balance this year. So I don't necessarily agree with that one. Fat Boy V, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fat Boy V writes, what a way to kickstart my birthday. I love it here. Happy born day, my man. Happy born day. Enjoy. Nothing like getting a dub ski on the birthday. Grande Groove, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Grande Groove, who writes, meaningful football in November. They doubted us. F them. Damn right. I told y'all when we beat the Green Bay Packers, no matter what happened after that, that got us back to 3-4. I said, this is ensured that no matter what, we'll be playing meaningful football. I think I said that after the Colts game, actually. Said no matter what, because that was the one right before Halloween. That was the day before Halloween. So I was like, no matter what happens, we're 4-4. We just beat Indy. This game ensures we'll be playing meaningful November football, no matter what happens. Here we are, 5-5. And I think this win hasn't quite done it, but it's put us in a really good position where we should be playing meaningful December football as well. But again, got to take care of Houston, got to find a way to get it done. Atlanta will not be easy. They're a dangerous team. Got to take care of Houston first. Can't overlook anybody. We're not good enough to do that. Houston's next up, and they're close. They've been very competitive. Got to find a way to beat the Texans. Got to take care of football. Take care of business, rather. F them. Yeah, they doubted us. F them. Jamal Hamlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jamal writes, Lou, it's almost lunchtime here. Love to see this turnout on this chat. I tripped up. FYI. Where you at, Jamal? It's almost lunchtime. Where are you at? Either way, man, I appreciate the support. And enjoy your lunch. That lunch is going to taste delicious. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take command for life writes, love our guys on the roster. 17, 10, 1, 25, 93, etc. It's a fun team. So it's a super fun team. How could you not love what these guys bring to the table? You know how I feel about Bobby McCain. He's not a star on his team, but there's enough of those types of guys that you get behind. Love the fight from guys like Casey Toohill and F.A. Obata and James Smith-Williams. Where would we be without them? They're not world beaters, but they filled in admirably without Chase Young in the lineup. It's a fun roster. God's Child, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, good morning, Louie. Good morning, God's Child. Good morning. Martin Matthews, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Double M. Martin Matthews writes, hey, Louie, it's been a while. It has. Good to hear from you. Please confirm if I was seeing this right. They were getting the ball out of Hurts' hands quick, but when he wanted a deeper drop, the Bama boys were right there. Not necessarily. He took some shots down the field. He didn't have a lot of pressure when he threw the deep ball that got intercepted by Defoe. He threw the deep shot to Quez Watkins. There was no pressure on him then. He had another third down deep crosser that was long developing to Quez Watkins when he was wide open in front of Bobby McCain. There was no pressure there. So they did do a good job of getting it out of his hands quickly for the most part. But when he took deep drops, for the most part, he had time. It wasn't until later in the game, that one possession in particular, where we really got after him, where Jonathan Allen said, nah, not today. Deron Payne said, no, not today. And then Sweat finally makes the sack on third down. Payne and Allen got off blocks and immediately, especially Allen, immediately pressured him on second down, forced him to throw it away. And then third down, pressure again. He doesn't like what he sees. Sweat bags him, and they got a punt. So he had time for the most part. You know, it's tough to get pressure on him because of it's simple, but it's so complex. The complexity of their offense is so hard to, decipher. And so it's hard to get pressure on Hurts. Got a super chat here from Vincent Coe. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Vincent Coe writes, woke up feeling dangerous today, like the Commanders. Woke up feeling real Pittsburgh Steelerish. That was my thing. Alonzo Yarborough, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Alonzo writes, Green Jays for Heineke. Yeah. I want to see what number he decides to go with. Says, what up with the delay of game penalties? I saw that one coming a mile away. And with 15 seconds on the play clock, this is how I knew we were in trouble. And if I can see it, you're on the field level, you should be able to see this. With 15 seconds, there was a shot of our huddle right before they panned away to the sidelines. And you could see a member of our huddle backing out to make sure that we didn't have 12 men in the huddle, then coming back into the huddle. Normally that's the quarterback that does that, but sometimes somebody else will step out of the huddle just to make sure it's not 12. And then that player ran back in, and then the shot kicked away. And it's like, at that point, it's 12 seconds. If you're going back to the huddle with 12 seconds, you haven't even spit out the play yet. So by the time you're done spitting out the play and everybody gets to the line of scrimmage, there's probably 7 or 8 seconds, maybe 6. And early in the game, we're sending guys in motion. They're not just going in motion. They're going in motion and coming back, and then we're snapping the ball. You had to see all of that shit and know that there was going to be a delayed game, and you got to call the timeout. And I'm not talking about the players. I'm talking about the coach. That's when Ron needs to run down to the official or start walking towards the official with 15 seconds. When you see there's a little bit of discombobulation going on, you need to start making your way towards that official and saying, let's and wait to see if they're going to get the shit off. And if they don't, you get to 2 seconds and you realize this shit ain't going to work. Timeout. What you waiting on? Like, that was frustrating. But you know what? It worked out because I don't know if I trust us to convert 4th and 1. Just being honest. That was a legit one. That wasn't inches. That wasn't a quarterback sneak one. That was hey, we're going to have to run and play. I ain't trust us to pick that shit up anyway. I'd rather us kick the damn field goal, to be honest with you. Tricking for tacos. Thank you for super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, felt like we were the Leonadas. I ain't never seen 300. Y'all gonna kill me for that. That's why I probably messed up the name. I ain't never seen 300 before. Showing the world the false God bleeds. Hail to my team, baby. I know it's a good movie. I'm not a big like gladiator dude. That ain't my thing for whatever reason. But I know it's a good movie. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, this stream is gonna be going until next week. it won't. But we knew it was gonna be a long one tonight. When we got that dub, I was prepared. I was saddled for the long haul, and I love it. 1,800 shots. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, sorry, Lou, you got to my chat, so triple up, my guy. No worries. A lot of people, because I'm so far behind on the supers, they super chat and they think, is he gonna read my super? Dude, I'm not leaving until I knock all of these bad boys out. So you got nothing to worry about. No issues whatsoever. It's all good. It's all love. I've long said, if you super chat, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it. Carlton Pagano Jackson, my guy, CPJ. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, my dog, shout out to the mob. You know what it is. You know what it is. Stand up. We in the building. Y'all know what it is. All right. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, yo, Lou, that Pittsburgh video solidified everything. I told y'all. I mean, I said a lot of the shit that happened in the video I didn't think it was going to happen, but this is the key to victory. That's the game plan. This is what we're going to have to do. And a lot of it came to fruition. But I felt up. I woke up feeling like the Pittsburgh. Woke up feeling Pittsburgh Steelerish. I said it. I meant it. I felt that way. And these boys came out and showed, through and through. I couldn't be more proud of the fellas for going in there as 11-point dogs and shocking the world. It was funny. I had a conversation with my sisters yesterday. I told you I was out of the office. I was at my mom and dad's house. We were watching, me, my dad, my two sisters, mom. We're all watching the football games together. Mom's not really a football fan. It's more so me and my sisters and my dad. But we're watching the game. And, my sister is a Cowboys fan. My oldest sister is a Cowboys fan. And she's like, so who do you think is going to beat the Eagles? Like, so dismissive, right? So disrespectful. And I said, well, they might lose tomorrow. She's like, who they play tomorrow? I said, us. She's like, oh, they play y'all tomorrow. Well, I'm going to be rooting for y'all. I'm like, yeah, don't be disrespecting us like that. She's like, well, they ain't beating us. We got that next time. Well, don't worry about it. We took care of business. And you're welcome. Carlton Pagano Jackson, my guy, CPJ. Thank you for the love. Double up. Really appreciate you as always, man. Big ups for the support. You know what it is. It's all love. Thank you. Big Money Sonny, thank you. All of y'all out there that hung with the kid tonight, that supered or that was just a part of the chat and made it special tonight. Thank you. You guys are the best. Carlton Pagano Jackson, my guy, CPJ. It's all love, bro. Appreciate you as always, man. All right. One time for the one time, CPJ, my guy. Appreciate you. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Duncan Wright writes, hopefully your last super, fly, Eagles, fly. How about cry, Eagles, cry? Because that's all we're going to hear from Eagles fans about the officials, about this, about that. But again, all love, Duncan, man. Appreciate you chopping it up with us tonight. Really appreciate you. We clapping Eagles cheeks. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Wrights. Shout out to Sonny. 150 new members in the squad. Y'all know what it is. Really appreciate y'all. It's all love. Cherry Squad doing its thing. We love it. Anyway, that is the end. This is the end. I just don't know. Is this the end? They streak is done. Yeah, it's over. Shit is over. It's done. Finito. Finished. We did that. Anyway, y'all enjoy the rest of your night, day, morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Celebrate. We ended that shit in their building. Eagles are undefeated. No more. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening, morning, day, whatever. I'll see you for CNN tomorrow, probably for a podcast episode tomorrow as well. We'll see how the rest of my day goes. But I got a couple more games that I got to watch that I hadn't seen yet. If I get them done in enough time, then we'll do the podcast today. So with that said, yes, hell yes. We got the bastards. I feel like Mugsley, on the Wacky Races. One of my favorite gifts. Anyway, y'all enjoy the dub, man. Damn, that felt good. Damn, that felt good. Got one more super chat on the way out. We clapping Eagles cheeks. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Nope, one more. I don't mind. Hype do. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes? Celebrate. You damn right. Celebrate. We got the Dubski. You know I ain't letting this shit go. There will be hell to pay. I'll see you guys next time. They better put some respect on our goddamn name. I'll see you guys later on today.
LouieTeeNetwork.
We clapping Eagles cheeks. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Smoke weed every day. Y'all know what it is. The Louie T Network is